the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know two critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher, and second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. How many cups of coffee does Starbucks sell each day in the U.S.? The answer, 4 million.
Blackstone out with quarterly results this morning. Earnings coming in at $1.21 a share. It's 11 cents better than estimates. Revenue of $3.1 billion, also topping expectations. Total assets under management grew 13% over the prior year to $1.2 trillion with a T. That's where the real multiple comes from. And we're going to talk to Blackstone president and COO. He's going to join us at 8 a.m. Eastern time this morning. We can always go around the world with him to really understand what's happening in our economy.
All right, let's get over to Phil LeBeau. He's got a special guest with him this morning, American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. Phil, take it away.
Thank you, Becky. Robert, thank you for joining us. You beat on the top and the bottom line for the second quarter, but it's the guidance that has the shares under pressure. Why such a wide range, everywhere from losing for the full year 20 cents to making 80 cents a share? Why the wide range?
Well, we're pleased, first off, with the beat on the second quarter. Team did a wonderful job in really challenging conditions, and so we're pleased with that. As we look out into the third quarter, it really is just getting the consumer, back in the game. The uncertainty that we had seen, certainly in the second quarter, really still impacted July to a great extent. We've got that on the books today, so we know what July is shaping up to be. It's not a great month, and then compounded with all the operations challenges make the third quarter difficult. But as we move through the third quarter, from July into August and September, we see domestic travelers coming back into this. And that's a good thing for us because American has a lot of our capacity tied up in that. And as we look out into the fourth quarter, it really is about excelling on all the things that we've put in place.
Why the softness domestically?
So I really think it is about the uncertainty for the consumer. Now, as we move from June into July, we've seen a sharp uptick, and that bodes well for us from a domestic perspective. And as we move out again into the third and fourth quarter, we see supply and demand trends moving in our favor. That bodes well for the future, especially with all the things that we've set up to do.
But you know that the skepticism is that this is an industry, and we talked about this with the CEOs of Delta and United. Yes, the trends show right now that the industry is pulling out capacity. But this is also an industry that has a bad track record of looking like it starts to go in one direction, but then capacity comes back in. Are you confident this is perhaps a little different in the second half of this year?
I can tell you what we're doing. We've definitely slowed our capacity growth in the third quarter. As we move out into the fourth quarter, again, I really like how things are setting up for American. We've put in place a new Citi deal that for co-brand credit cards that launches in 2026. We've got a customer experience program that's really driving premium traffic. And as we look out into 2026, we don't have a lot of large capital expenditures, and American is really set to fly.
When you look at what's happened, you mentioned this month has been rough operationally,
right,
with all the storms, not just for you, but for the whole industry. Is this the new norm? Because I can tell you when I was traveling this month, it was don't go in the afternoon. And I got stuck in a couple of cities because of the storm systems coming through. Is this the new norm for the industry?
Well, July's been a tough month. I mentioned because of the domestic consumer weakness. But on top of that, because of the storms, we had almost 800 weather diversions in the first 3 weeks, 5,500 weather-related cancellations. It hit American harder than anyone. I'll tell you this, though. What we need to do is make sure that we rebound quickly. Our team has done a wonderful job of getting back on track. what we need to do is just make sure that we get air traffic control functioning as well as we possibly can.
That's not going to happen anytime soon, Robert.
Well, Phil, the first down payment is going to help. Getting air traffic controllers set up so that we're fully staffed, that will help. And as we move forward, we need more investment.
Until that happens, is there anything you can do operationally different to make this not as painful when somebody's out there and they see a storm system coming through in the afternoon?
Yeah, we're absolutely doing that. We're using technology to make sure that when we can hold for customers that are connecting, that we do that. We're absolutely building in resilience into our schedule. And, you know, quite frankly, we're making sure that we have extra resources as well.
Real quick, corporate travel.
Right.
Is it flat right now for the industry overall? What are you seeing in terms of corporate confidence in terms of booking?
For the industry, flat. But for us, you know, we've gained back significant share. 10% growth in managed corporate business. And in terms of overall revenue performance, American has outperformed our leading competitors for 4 quarters in a row in terms of unit revenue performance. We've got some share yet to gain back. We're going to do that. And no matter, you know, if it comes back or not, American's going to do well.
But the sentiment you hear from CEOs when you talk with them, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it's generally flat.
All right. Robert Isom, CEO of American Airlines, joining us on a day where they beat on the top and the bottom line. But, guys, it was wide guidance, and that's why the shares are under pressure. Back to you.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much, and thank you to Robert as well. When we come back, Galaxy founder and CEO Mike Novogratz. We'll be talking to him about crypto, everything that's happening in the industry right now. Also, check out the lineup for the 8 a.m. hour today. The Blackstone Group's president and COO, John Gray, New York City mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo, and White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
It's about political
American
points.
people deserve better fiscal
It's terrible. Politics seeps.
You ready for a great offer on an amazing mattress? Actually, make that your choice of
Order
3
filled.
top-of-the-line mattress brands from Rooms to Go. Now easy to buy thanks to 72-month interest-free financing. Choose from the latest Beauty Rest Black, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Premium choices, the ultimate in comfort and support. Yours with special interest-free financing for 6 years. That will put your mind at rest only at Rooms to Go.
Let's see what deliciousness you'll create today. Choose cookies and cream, birthday cake, strawberry, swirled or straight up, cherries, sprinkles, nerds, gummy bears. Try coffee, hot or iced, Colombian with sugar, dark roast with hazelnut creamer, Guatemalan French vanilla, caramel macchiato, any way you want. Free onions, pickles, jalapenos, sauerkraut. It's stop on your way, stack on your toppings, savor it all selection, all in one place. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
For more on the crypto markets this morning, his view on the Fed and just just about everything. Joining us right now in an exclusive interview is Galaxy CEO Mike Novogratz. Good morning to you, Mike. We've got the Genius Act behind us. There's so many things going on now in the marketplace around crypto, around Bitcoin, around tokenizing things. We just talked to Dina Friedman about that. We got the Fed and everything else. So let's start, though. I want to start on the Bitcoin front because I think that that's still the barometer of just where all of this goes. We're at about 118,000, 119,000 bucks. Where does it go from here, given everything that's already either baked into the cake or not, given this bill that's just been passed?
Listen, crypto, is on a heater, in old school parlance. So many things are going well for it. The main driver right now is this plethora of balance sheet companies, right? MicroStrategy lookalikes that are showing up, not just in Bitcoin, but in crypto across the board. ETFs were a pretty darn good way to get exposure. There are some cryptos where staking and DeFi and on-chain yield will enhance that total performance over time. And so it's the rage. And that's brought in at least $20 billion of new money just going. That's reignited retail fervor. The backdrop of all this, though, is a Fed who is being pressured daily almost by the administration to cut rates. And so we're in this very interesting standoff. Either Powell cuts rates and it gives a tailwind to the market, or he doesn't, and that pressure builds. And at time, he's going to be gone one way or the other. And it's been very clear that this administration wants to put in someone very dovish. I don't think Powell wants to cut rates.
Right.
I don't think he wants to be pressured. And listen, we have tariff pass-through just starting, and now it looks pretty clear that the baseline for tariffs isn't going to be 10%, but 15%. And so it's going to be a little bit more inflation pressure. We also have a lot of confidence that's come back after the big, beautiful bill got passed, right? So you got business confidence coming back. You've got the ability on CapEx to write everything off. So you're going to see some CapEx surge now that there's clarity. And in part of these trade deals, you've got a lot of FDI being promised. And so you could have a significant increase in GDP just from CapEx next year. So I think Powell led to his own would just stay put.
So you say stay put. You tell the president, stop. He's going to stop going after him. He's going to be at the Fed this afternoon.
This is going to be tension that's not going away. And I think that's why the inflation trades keep working, right? This president's got a dog, a bone between his teeth or whatever they.
But Mike, here's the thing. I could make an argument to you right now without having the name of the next Fed chairman that we already have a shadow Fed chair, that we know come May of 2026, there will be a different individual in that seat who is likely, very likely, highly likely to push for lower interest rates. Now, the question is, will that person unto themselves be able to do that? I think that's an open question. What do you think?
I think you're right. And I think that's why gold is breaking out to new highs. Silver's breaking out to new highs. Bitcoin is on a tear, right? The yield curve is steep. The inflation trades are working. They're going to continue to work. And oh, guess what? We now have China joining the party with probably in my career, the biggest effort they've ever had at reflation. They've actually now made it part of monetary policy to reflate, as stated policy. And so I just think you've got the two biggest economies, one who's going to pressure rates lower, even if they shouldn't go lower, and the other one who said we need to reflate. And so you want to stay long the inflation trades. What did the Citibank chairman way back? You want to dance till the music stops? The music is still playing on these inflation trades.
So if that's the case, what could Bitcoin go to? What do you think is reasonable? What's the upside and downside case at this moment?
Yeah, listen, we're in price discovery in a lot of these things. And so does 130, 150, 150 seems to me a decent target just when I kind of draw funny lines on my charts. We have seen sellers that have come in, right? And so it's not a one directional trade. There's have been some sellers that have come in and have slowed things down. But it feels like we're destined to go higher as long as this narrative continues. If Trump changes his mind and says, hey, we've done such good work, the economy doesn't need lower rates, that would change my thesis. But until that happens, I think we're headed towards 150.
What do you make of some of the other coins? So Ether, we just had somebody on this week putting together the equivalent of an Ether micro strategy of sorts in terms of a leveraged bet that other people are going to be able to buy into. Also, everything's getting tokenized. We've talked about stable coins. Right now, if you could buy Ether or Bitcoin, which do you buy?
I own both. Listen, Ether's caught up a lot. It feels like if ETH takes out 4,000, it goes into price discovery. And so we feel kind of destined to at least knock on the 4,000 ceiling a few times. The narrative of Ether is really powerful, and the market was really short. And now we have not just, one, we have two major ETH treasury companies and another one coming, and they're raising capital every day and buying Ether. And so there's not a lot of supply of ETH. And so I think ETH probably has a chance to outperform Bitcoin in the next 3 to 6 months.
Mike, what about those companies, though? Because we get pitched a company every week that's either wants to be the MicroStrategy of Ether or now Solana or something else. Yeah. How do you evaluate these things? How does it make sense? I try and figure that out myself.
Listen, I think we have a lot of them. And in the long run, we won't need as many as we have. But that's what markets do. Some are providing real value to investors by adding staking yield, adding on-chain yield, adding something that you couldn't get just by buying ETH as a retail guy or buying an ETF. When you're getting in at the ground floor and you're buying them close to NAV, they're pretty good trades. You got to be careful if you're buying at too big of a premium, because in the long run, those premiums, I believe, will come down. We're early on, right? You think about outside of MicroStrategy, it's about $20 billion that's gone into the space or been committed. That's a tiny amount versus U.S. equity markets. And so while it feels very frothy, and it does, we literally get pitched 1 or 2 a day. I'm not willing to call the high on it yet, just because we see so much momentum.
Okay. Mike, we got to leave it there. We always appreciate spending time with you and getting your insights on all of it. Talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Squad coming right back. We've got Andrew Cuomo in just a little bit.
I can't wait to see their faces when we come out.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Only the ServiceNow platform puts AI agents to work across your company. They deal with the small stuff that bogs you down.
Agents like secret agents?
I once played a secret agent.
Oh, I missed that one. I heard you were great.
I was great.
Actors, we can make you believe we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not. Whoops. I have no idea what these buttons do.
I've never driven a stick in my life, but my hardest roll yet!
Small business owner, because I have no idea what I'm doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content.
For Walton Goggins goggle glasses.
Because if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins. With GoDaddy Aero, it's like you know what you're doing.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. and our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Market destination?
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
All right, coming up, Eli Manning's investment playbook, the two-time Super Bowl MVP and New York Giants legend getting into the sports equipment business. We'll get into the new venture and throw a few questions to him as well about the upcoming season. Squawk Box will be right back.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added, but it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Oh, we back again, y'all. How y'all feeling? It's getting hot. Hey, feel the rays of these new summer days. Hey.
'Tis my sleeping beauty. I shall wake her from this cursed spell.
Oh.
My love.
Yeah, I'm good.
Purple. Less pain, better sleep.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Two-time Super Bowl winning quarterback Eli Manning's playing days may be over, but now the Giants legend is putting his name and his money behind a sports equipment maker. Eli joins us right now with a look at his latest investment. It's a company called X-Tech. And Eli, welcome. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks so much.
All right, so let's talk about X-Tech. This is a product you're pretty familiar with. I think you used it for at least 5 years, maybe longer. Tell us what this product is and how you got involved.
Yeah, X-Tech's a shoulder pad, and it started off, I started wearing it in 2014 with the Giants and saw firsthand how it expanded and grew within the NFL, down into college. And, you know, it's dominating those two markets. The only problem, that's only 10% of people wearing pads is in that. So the opportunity now to help them grow, get into high schools, spread the word, get into a youth shoulder pad that they'll launch next year. So, you know, just believe in the company, believe in the people who started it, believe in the product, and Just excited about being a part of it and helping them expand and grow because it truly is the best, the safest, and believe that every NFL or every person playing football should be wearing this pad.
And these pads look pretty different than the pads I think of, from back in high school days, those white pads that everybody kind of threw around and used. This looks more like a suit of armor almost that you go into combat with. I guess those shoulder pads are a lot more important now that the game has kind of evolved away from hitting heads. We know how dangerous that is. What is really different about what makes this different than the white pads I think of?
Yeah, and I think just more customization and coming in, the big shoulder pads that were bulky and you couldn't lift your arms over your head. That really helped quarterbacks and receivers and linebackers, everybody, being able to move around. So I think they're obviously they're a little lighter, they fit better, but just the mobility that you have to get your hands over your head for a receiver, catching a ball over his head for a quarterback, not having to throw sidearm because their shoulder pads fit correctly now. So those are the biggest differences. And times are changing where, like you said, in high school, you used to show up and you just grabbed whatever pads were laying around and you wore them for 4 years and you never changed. And parents are getting more involved, and you see that in high school where parents and the players are now buying their own pads because they see, hey, this is what Josh Allen is wearing. This is what Matthew Stafford or Justin Jefferson or Max Crosby, these are guys in the NFL and college, are wearing. Parents want their kids in the best product, in the safest product. And there was not a whole lot of innovation in the shoulder pad industry. All the focus was on helmets for a long time and concussion. And so that's kind of really how X-Tech got involved. They said, we got an opportunity to produce a better product and start in the NFL, get those guys wearing it, and spread down into college, now into high school.
Well, let me ask you, how expensive are these things? Is it a product that everyone's going to have access to? And is football safe if you can't get the best equipment that's out there?
Well, I mean, football, they've done a great job at all levels of making football safer. And obviously with, the hitting and avoiding the head-to-head contact and the late hits. And so the worst part of any sport is the injury part of it. And so they're trying to prevent that as much as possible, make the game safer. It's, the NFL has done a great job, but that is going down into college, into high school, less hitting at practice, really work on the form of tackling, and obviously, just the unnecessary hits that are out there. So, I think that's what we want to do, is make the game safer from the rule-wise, but also make the pads and the equipment safer as well, so that players, especially as you get into the youth level, the high school, they're staying healthy. They're enjoying the game. They have a passion for it. The parents can feel great about sending their kids in to play tackle football. And so, and then once you get into college and NFL, it's such an investment for your school, for the players themselves, opportunity with NIL, with contracts of making a living. Injury is something that prevents you from doing that. So I think that's the opportunity that they have to, hey, that's the motivation to wear the best pads so you stay healthy, so you can have a long career.
Eli, let me ask you a broader question about sports and business. The valuations of sports franchises. We know that you had looked at becoming a minority owner in the Giants and walked away and said, it's too expensive. But you do own a stake in Gotham FC, the women's football club. And I just wonder if you think there's a lot more value in some of these newer, younger leagues than there are the big giants, like the Giants, like the NFL.
Well, obviously love the NFL and think it will continue to grow. The popularity is there. You see from a live TV standpoint of watching live sports or any live TV, it's dominant of what people are watching. And so that's going to continue to grow, and the franchise and the values will continue to grow. And really, for me, it was just more it's going to be complex for me to be an owner, just as an announcer, other things I was doing. It was just going to kind of affect my day job, I guess, in a sense. And so, but, still involved with the Giants. But I think, just opportunities especially in women's sports. I have three daughters that are all playing, tons of sports, and I love the fact that now they can turn on the TV and they can watch women playing sports and live sports, whether it's soccer, basketball. And so it was really kind of a passion play for me just to have access to, go to some of these Gotham FC soccer games, go to practice, have my daughters be around these women that are playing professional sports, for them to have role models and to hear their stories and to see their passion that they have. And so it's been a lot of fun. Learned a lot, and but I think I love the fact that it's the norm now to turn on TV and everyone has opportunity to watch so many different sports, especially the women's sports, and how it's grown.
Yeah, I love it too. All right, here's a really quick question for you. I'm sure you've got an easy answer on this. NIL has made such a mess of college sports at this point. If you were in charge of college athletics, how would you pay the athletes to make it fair, but also, give the university something where maybe it feels more like fan sports again?
Well, I think NIL is something that it's here to stay, and these college athletes do deserve to get rewarded, because it's a big business and they're making money, and so for them to be able to get paid, but also just they're very popular. What they can do on social media, what they can do to drive brands and help brands. They should be have access to have sponsors and to endorse products and get paid for that. So I think that's fine. I think the problem kind of becomes is just in the transfer part of this, and that the fact that every year you're a free agent and you do well, and hey, I want to go to another school's going to pay me a little bit more. I don't think during the recruiting process necessarily that these kids are picking the right place for them where they think they'll be happy. They like the coach, they like the teammates around you, they like the campus, and that was part of the decision I made when I went to college. If I never played down a football in my life, will I be happy at this school? Now I think a lot of the decisions are based on, hey, this school is going to pay me a little bit money. It's far from home. I don't really like the coach, and I'm gonna be. There's two other players in front of me that are really good, but they're paying me the most, so I'm going there. And they're it's not shocking that they're not happy and they have to leave all the time. Or if they do well at a smaller school, another big school's going to come in and pay them more money. So I don't like that access, that part of it. So I think they got to fix the transfer portal a little bit, but I believe that the players should be rewarded for what they're doing, because they're driving a lot of revenue to that school and that community.
Yeah, transfer portal, maybe having tighter constrictions would be a good thing, though. Eli, thanks a lot for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. And by the way, folks, you can catch an extended interview with Eli Manning on this week's CNBC Sports videocast. Alex Sherman will have that.
And we've got a huge hour ahead after two big ones. Let me tell you who's coming up. We're starting with the BlackRock Group's president and COO. We're going to go around the world with him, John Gray, on what's going on with the economy. And then, big one at the center of politics, New York City's mayoral race. We've got mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo in the House at the table. We'll talk to him. And also, White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs is going to be with us. That's all happening in the next 60 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns after this.
Finally, a platform that thinks like you. The new Power E-Trade Pro gives you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools and charts across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition from the original place to trade online.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this, I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999, I bought Apple in 2000, and I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Welcome back to Squawk. Blackstone reporting in the last hour earnings of $1.21 a share came in 11 cents better than estimates. Revenue of $3.1 billion also topping expectations. Total assets under management growing 13% over the prior year to $1.2 trillion. That is with a T. And joining us right now to discuss all of this, Blackstone President and COO John Gray. Good morning to you. I mean, you beat all the way across the board, and the assets just keep going up and up and up and up and up. I think the big question, I mean, we can go around the world as we keep describing in some of the teases, John, but let's go back in time just for this quarter, and then let's try to project out, because I think we all want to understand what you think is going to happen next, given that we're now maybe finally going to get some clarity on tariffs and everything else.
Well, Andrew, it's great to be with you. We did have a tremendous quarter. We delivered for our investors. That's the most important thing. We had the most fund appreciation in nearly 4 years. We delivered for our shareholders, the earnings growth, which was up sharply. We also raised another $52 billion of inflows. But the real key is looking forward, to your point. We've got a strong cyclical updraft that's coming because we feel like the deal environment is really starting to take hold. That pause after Liberation Day seems to be passing as equity markets recover, debt markets recover, and M&A and IPO activities picking up. And then we have these secular trends, private wealth, private credit, infrastructure, and the combination of that cyclical growth and the secular long-term tailwinds makes us feel very optimistic looking forward.
When you look at your portfolio companies and you look at just the earnings that they have currently, you also look at some of the tariff issues that they may confront, putting aside assets under management and everything else, just on the actual operating businesses themselves, what do you see for the next 12 months?
Well, we've seen very good resilience. Obviously, companies in the sort of teeth of the storm in manufacturing and retailing are dealing with some issues. That's a small piece of our overall portfolio. In the second quarter, our companies in private equity had high single-digit revenue growth, and they saw margin expansion. And so that makes you feel pretty good. And as we look forward, the fact that these tariffs should be getting resolved, we've seen some progress on that. There's sort of a sense of the contour of what these deals will look like. We still have pretty good underlying growth. We could very well get some easing from the Fed. For us, it feels like a good environment. There's always risk out there, but it feels strong. And when we talk to our CEOs, they're feeling pretty good about their businesses. When you look on the credit side, default rates for us amongst our non-investment grade borrowers, just 50 basis points. So it's a pretty good picture. Housing is still a little weaker. We have a little bit of consumer weakness. But overall, I would say the sentiment and the outlook feels good. And I think the most important thing is what's happening with AI, what's happening with energy and digital infrastructure. And that feels like it could really lead to a productivity boost and accelerating growth in the economy.
Let me ask you about the data center AI energy piece, because there's sort of an ecosystem there. And it's been a huge investment thesis for you, but a lot of others as well. Is there any concern you have that that space is going to get crowded and that regulators are going to get involved in a way that they haven't thus far?
Well, there's always a risk when you have an investment boom that you get excesses. You could go back to the railroads after the Civil War. A lot of people lost money even though railroads were important. You go back to the internet age. In this case, there is enormous demand for physical infrastructure. We obviously need these large language models. We need the NVIDIA chips, but we need this physical infrastructure. We need data centers. We need energy and power. And so the investment dollars are enormous. And if you look at the big tech companies, they're talking about spending more. Just yesterday, Google upped their CapEx budget. Big hyperscalers are talking about $350 billion to spend. So we continue to see a lot of demand here, and we're doing it in a prudent way. We only build these data when we have long-term leases. To your question on regulation, I think the issue will really be around energy and power, what happens to consumers. And I do think we're going to need to build new capabilities, new energy and power, nuclear, natural gas, renewables, all of the above, because we don't want consumers to suffer.
So related to that, though, and Becky and I were talking about this, I think, just yesterday, you know, a lot of the big tech companies, the Googles of the world, Amazons and others, who are contracting for these data centers and contracting for the energy that therefore is attached to these data centers are saying, look, we need to have 99.99999% uptime. This has to be this has to work for us, and therefore the energy has to be guaranteed to us. And so therefore there's this question, especially, well, some of the stuff's on grid, some of it's off grid, but the stuff that's on grid, there's a question mark about, you know, if there's a hurricane, if something happens in the world where there's not enough energy, who's going to get the energy? Since the companies, the tech companies, have effectively contracted to get that energy ahead of the consumer.
Well, I think there's a lot of focus with local utilities. We're big investors in the utility space, and there's definitely a priority towards consumers. That's why the digital infrastructure really needs new power capabilities built. New generation, new transmission. I was in Pennsylvania last week, and what's exciting there is they're talking about building new natural gas power plants directly adjacent to data centers for this very reason. So I agree with you. We need to build more. This is critically important, and we have to keep consumers in mind. We have to protect them.
And then, John, the other big issue is the Trump administration may be interested in putting private investments, potentially some of yours, in people's 401ks, or at least allow folks to do that. That would be a huge boon for your business. It would be a huge boon, perhaps, for the whole industry. I'm curious how you think about that, both more for the consumer than for your own business, but maybe both.
Well, I think it's a very important development, and I think it's helpful to look at the whole retirement picture in the U.S. We've got a $12 trillion defined benefits business, call it pension plans, corporate and public pension plans. And then we've got a $12 trillion defined contributions business, the 401k world. In the defined benefits world, it's about a third allocated to private assets. And it's allocated that way because the performance has been so strong over time. Pension funds more allocated to privates have done meaningfully better. There's also big diversification benefits, exposure to real estate and infrastructure, to a bunch of private companies that are not in the public world today. And the S&P 500, 40% of its value almost is in just 10 companies. So there are a lot of benefits. And then we have this sort of, I'll call it a have-nots world in defined contributions where there's no exposure to privates. And so the question, and this is a good question from you, is can we do that responsibly in defined contributions? And I would say the answer to that is yes. And the reason is there's a ton of guardrails around ERISA and retirement. There are companies that are sponsors like us or other firms who have employees. They hire consultants to advise them on their 401ks. Then they hire investment managers. The biggest in the space is Vanguard. And then there'll be a minority of assets that'll get allocated to privates. And so there's all sorts of controls here. Individuals will still have the same underlying liquidity. I think this is the right thing to do. It lines up duration of assets, higher returns with long-term retirement. It's a real positive, but to your point, it has to be done in the right way.
Hey, John, very quickly, we're about out of time, but what we heard yesterday from the administration in terms of AI, is that enough to deal with the extra energy that's needed, or do you think there has to be a bigger national infrastructure on this?
Well, I think it's a real question, Becky. I do think the fact that we're beginning to see bipartisan support, we saw that in Pennsylvania for new energy. It's got to happen at not only the federal level, but the state and municipal level. This is the big challenge of our times. We've got to be able to deliver enough power, do it responsibly. And so I think the focus from political figures is really important. I do think it's helpful. There's going to be enormous investment dollars for our firm. It's a huge focus across the board in various areas, but it's really the pinch point for this AI revolution. I do think if we get it right, it can really help the U.S. lead in this way globally.
John, I want to thank you, as always, for joining us, and look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Congrats on some pretty great earnings.
When we come back, the race to run New York City. Independent candidate, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo will join us right here on set with his message for voters and his competition. That's coming up in just a few minutes. And later this hour, White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs will join us with more on President Trump's AI action plan. That's coming up at 8:45 Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
I can't do it! Cut this gap! It's just too big!
Bring on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than the Aflac duck.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com. You do look like me.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Pick one topic that represents women without saying the words women or health.
Without saying the words women or health, I mean, it just makes common sense that you want a minimum of half the population healthy.
It's 80% of autoimmune disease.
This is the most common cancer diagnosis for half the world's population.
It takes over 10 years to get diagnosed.
Aren't you just talking about breast cancer?
Yes.
Aren't you just talking about endometriosis?
I am.
Aren't you just talking about investing in women's health?
Yes, I'm talking about investing in women's health.
Breaking earnings news. Tesla, Alphabet, IBM, Intel. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Are you ready for a great offer on an amazing mattress? Actually, make that your choice of 3 top-of-the-line mattress brands from Rooms to Go. Now easy to buy thanks to 72-month interest-free financing. Choose from the latest Beauty Rest Black, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Premium choices, the ultimate in comfort and support. Yours with special interest-free financing for 6 years. That will put your mind at rest only at Rooms to Go.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to Squawk Box. We've been watching the futures this morning, and the Dow has come under increasing pressure this morning. It's now down by more than 210 points. You've still got the NASDAQ indicated up by 70 points after closing at a record yesterday, and the S&P 500 also closed at a record, and it's indicated up by 8. Some breaking news for you. The European Central Bank leaving interest rates unchanged. That's as expected. Taking a look at what's been happening with those markets, you can see the FTSE is up by about 1%. The DAX is higher by 0.4%, and we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
Now time for a very big interview this morning. July, usually a little early to focus on New York's mayoral race, but not this year. It's become a national spectacle as a controversial Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani leads in the polls and the prediction market. Former New York governor, an independent candidate for mayor, Andrew Cuomo, is with us here live this morning at the table here in Times Square. Good morning to you, sir.
Good to be with you.
Look, we've had so many business leaders come on this broadcast and say, what is going on? They don't love Mamdani. That was a surprise, I think, for a lot of New Yorkers. And yet he clearly is ahead in the polls, won the primary, beat the current mayor. I think the question now is you decide to stay in this. What do you need to do differently? What can you do differently than you were doing before?
Yeah, good question, Andrew. First, frankly, in the primary, I made some strategic mistakes. I had a big lead, so I basically played prevent defense, and I wasn't aggressive enough in the campaign. I didn't debunk his ideas. I didn't put forth my affirmative agenda strongly enough. Then on election day, we had an explosion of these under 30-year-old Bernie socialist type, anti-Israel type voters that no one had seen before in history, the proportion that they voted. So that's what happened in the primary. We now go to a general. The general is a different audience. It's a different electorate. It's bigger. It's more moderate. It's more Queens, outer borough. You have independents, you have Republicans voting. So it's a totally different ballgame in the general.
Okay, play the math out, though, because we have a lot of folks who like to do math here, who watch our broadcast, and a lot of people who are thinking about who they want to put money behind. And right now, they're looking at you, they're looking at Mayor Adams. By the way, they're looking at Sliwa. Like there's a couple of, and there's a view that if all of you are in there, you're just going to effectively give votes to effectively Mamdani or to the other. So if Adams comes out, for example, and you stay in, what happens? Meanwhile, if you get out and Adams goes in, what happens?
Yeah, well, I think that's the bottom line question, right? A multi-candidate field favors Mamdani because he's a socialist on the Democratic line. I'm a Democrat on an independent line, right? Because politics is all upside down in this country right now. But you have a lot of people who knee-jerk go to the Democratic line, right? It's about 70% of the voters are Democrats in the general election, and he'll be on the Democratic line. So multi-candidate field favors him. If you get down to a two-person race, certainly he can be beaten. Polls show I beat him now in a two-person race. But that means the field would have to winnow down.
Which polls show that? Because we also have looked at Kalshi and Polymarket, which are these prediction markets that put him in a significant lead, almost invariably.
Yeah. The prediction markets do. A Harris X poll came out a couple of days and shows that I beat him in a one-on-one race. But the question is, how do you get there, right?
To a one-on-one race.
Right. And Governor Patterson, former governor of New York, a few others made a proposal that makes total sense in my mind. That is, come September, who's ever stronger, basically between me and Adams, That candidate should go forward. The other one should defer.
September 1st, September 30th.
Mid-September is what they were talking about, because then you really have to gear up for the November race. There's a Republican who would be in the race, but I think you could win with 3. With 4, it gets very hard.
But we had Eric Adams on the show, and he said, when I asked him about it, you know, he was a little chagrined that you asked him if he was going to get out of the race. He said, I'm the incumbent mayor. You've already lost to Mamdani. What make the argument for why it should be you instead of him?
Because he's unelectable. You know, he did not, he dropped out of the Democratic primary, Mayor Adams, because he's just not competitive in the Democratic primary. And this goes way back, right? This is before he was indicted, before the whole President Trump pardon, conditioned pardon, whatever that was. New Yorkers had turned off on him, on his management of the city, the ongoing corruption. So he entered the Democratic primary, then dropped out, because Democrats, especially after his transaction with President Trump, are very negative on him. So he couldn't run in a Democratic primary. But Democrats are 70% in the general, and you can't win writing off 70%. But it's not, you don't have to decide that now. In September, the proposal is who's ever stronger goes forward. I have said that if I'm not the stronger candidate between myself and Adams, I will defer, because I think it's that important to beat Mamdani. And the inverse, I think, should also be true. Otherwise, to stay in, you're just a spoiler. You're saying, I can't win, but I'm going to make sure Mamdani wins.
Let me ask you this. Mamdani's success has come from what arguably was this sort of affirmative message that he was going to deal with affordability. Now, whether he can deal with the things the way he's described, I think is a real question mark, if not impossible, in truth. Having said that, I would argue that you made an argument about experience, and the experience being also that you were not the current mayor, right? I mean, at the time, I think there was sort of a view, the current mayor was in trouble, I'm not him, vote for me. By the way, we saw this play out in the presidential election. Kamala Harris and Biden said, I'm not Trump. If you don't like Trump, vote for me. What do you think is the affirmative message beyond the experience piece for what you can do to the city?
Yeah, look, I think the problem with New York City has been twofold. Number one, you've had an incompetent government. Basically, since Mayor Bloomberg, that's 12 years, where you just haven't had a competent mayor in charge. Second, in this city, you've had this shift to far-left politics that has paralyzed the government. So it's anti-development. You can't build. It takes 4 years to get a building permit in New York City. I built LaGuardia Airport in 4 years. Right? This anti-development, bureaucracy, incompetence, anti-public safety, defund the police, leftist movement. And I used to say when I was HUD secretary, look, a city is either growing or it is dying, right? And New York is all about development. It's all about growth. It's about pro-business. It's about entrepreneurship.
But how much do you worry that that's not what the city is about right now? I mean, what does this past vote about Mamdani say about the city? What does it say about the Democratic Party? Just, by the way, the big shift in the way the Democratic Party across the country has moved. I mean, look, you were supported and endorsed by the Clintons. For whatever, you know, for better or worse, it often feels that the Clintons are now out of favor. It feels the Democratic Party is a different party today.
No, Henry, there's no doubt this is a microcosm for what's going on across the nation. And I think with President Trump, you've had this far-right movement, and now you have this corresponding extreme left movement. I don't think either are productive, frankly. But Mamdani basically runs as a socialist. Not basically, he runs as a socialist, right? And not a dress-up socialist. He's a genuine socialist. Sold, everything is free, free education, free food, free this, free that.
By the way, just said, there was an article that just came out that says where he said capitalism is theft.
Yeah. No, he is anti-capitalism. And he has been. It's not just for this campaign. He's purely a socialist.
So do you believe there are enough Democrats who believe that capitalism is not theft in the city?
In the city and in the nation, because this is a much bigger issue for the Democratic Party.
You're exactly right. First of all, you can't have a socialist city in a capitalist nation. That does not work, right? You can't have a city where you say everything is free, we're going to have hyper-tax wealthier people, and expect them to stay here, right? They'll move, they'll leave. They have been leaving, right? Especially post-COVID, they're more mobile. So that's what he is selling. Now, he's a smooth salesman, and he's got slick slogans, freeze the rent, and fast free buses, and, you know, politics has become so superficial now, and my fault, my campaign didn't really push him on it, and the Middle East issue was very big with those under 30 voters. So that's what happens in the primary. I do not believe in the general election you can sell that. We are not socialists, right? Even in New York, we are not socialists. Even Democrats, we are not socialists. And they get it. You know, New Yorkers are savvy. Everything free. You know, if it sounds too good to be true, it's probably not. There is no free lunch. They get it. But we have to have that dialogue.
You said the Middle East situation played a role in this, and I hear from business leaders all the time about what they fear, not just about the socialism piece, but what they think of as anti-Semitism coming from Mamdani, or a sense that he would allow anti-Semitism to flourish in the city. So let me start with a very basic question. Do you think he's an anti-Semite?
You know, Andrew, that requires the ability to look into someone's soul. Are you anti-Semitic? Are you racist? Are you a bigot? I can tell you this. He fuels anti-Semitism. I mean, something as basic as globalized intifada, which basically says kill Jewish people globally, period. He refuses to condemn that statement. Most he will say, if they're getting pushed and pushed and pushed, well, I'll discourage the use of it. He doesn't believe in Israel as a free Jewish state. I mean, these are very basic things. And this has been core to who he is. We have the largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Right.
And we have some of the highest level of anti-Semitic activity in the United States of America. So, yeah, people are scared, and they should be.
Do you feel that you're running against him or Eric Adams in this moment right now?
It is against Mamdani. I do not believe Eric Adams is electable. I think all the data shows that. I think him not getting into the Democratic primary shows that by his own actions. You know, if you can't run in the primary, you can't be competitive in the general.
You raised a lot of money before the primary. How is that going now? How are you able to raise money from big donors?
I am, but I tell you the truth, one of the lessons I learned, I spent too much time raising money in the primary. People know who I am. They know my message. It took a lot of time because in New York City, you have very low levels of donations. So you have to do a high volume of fundraisers. And that took a lot of time. And I'm focusing now more on just getting out, getting the message out.
Do you get additional voters to register the way Mamdani does? And if so, who's the target audience?
We will register more voters, but by the natural movement now in the general is you have a much larger pool. And I believe Mamdani, the way he activated the under 30, he's also going to activate the people out there who are afraid of an anti-Semitic socialist.
So we had something like 1 million votes in the primary. The last general was only 1.1 million. You think it's going to be a much higher turnout?
Yes. You had a higher primary turnout than usual. I think you're going to have a much higher general turnout than usual because, don't kid yourself, people are afraid of him.
Let me ask you
he is radical.
Let me ask you about Adams, though. The track record of Adams is actually not bad. It's actually quite good. If you look at what's happened to the city over the last 2 years, I think people would say. Safety has become a lot better. I mean, there's been a lot of metrics you could look at in a positive way. I think the big overhang on his candidacy is that a lot of people look at him and think that he is being held hostage by the White House, by the president, and what that means for the city. What do you think that means for the city?
Well, first, they don't get past your last point. Adams got indicted. He made an arrangement with the president, which is unprecedented, right? January 6th, he gave people a pardon. He said, go home. With Mayor Adams, he said, I am going to drop the charges so you can cooperate with my administration, specifically when it comes to immigration policy, and the prosecutor reserved the right to bring the charges back. So it looked like a transaction where Adams was bargaining for Adams, saying, drop the charges, I'll do what you want. And President Trump is not popular, decidedly not popular within the Democratic electorate. So that's point one, and that's fatal. Number two, there's been a series of corruption charges, almost on a weekly basis. More are supposed to be coming. And third, Andrew, I don't agree with you that people think the city is better. Maybe marginally better. You know, murders and shootings are down. Thank you. But rapes are up, and robberies are up, and grand larceny is up, and homeless, mentally ill people on the street that I'm afraid of, and the subways and the condition of the subways. So no, New Yorkers are not going to vote for another 4 years like the past 4 years.
Somebody made a fascinating argument to me about Eric Adams and his relationship with the president as it relates to being a positive for the city. I want to posit it with you. We have not seen in this city ICE arrests and raids like we have seen in LA and Chicago and other cities. The National Guard has not been called in. And the question is, why is that not happening in this city? There is a speculative view that that's not happening because the president doesn't want it to happen to protect him. Do you think that's true? And do you think if you win or Mandami wins or somebody else wins, that all of a sudden the city is going to turn into some kind of National Guard ICE raid scenario?
Well, there's two theories, neither of which works ultimately. First theory is the president doesn't have to send in anyone because he has Adams doing his immigration work, right? Adams is in lockstep with honing in his whole immigration team. So, of course, the president doesn't have to send anyone in because he owns the New York City mayor who is executing Trump's policy, which is opposed by the Democrats. Second option, President Trump has recently said, I'm sending in people. He had Homeland Security Kristi Noem come in here just yesterday or the day before and was adamant that they had to send in federal troops. So, you know, with the president, you're not really sure which way it turns out, but neither is good. Neither Adams is the proxy for President Trump. That's the kiss of death among Democrats, and Democrats are, again, 70% of the electorate, or the president winds up sending in the troops like L.A., and that's even going to be worse, because then you'll see the Democrats just explode.
Have you met Mandami, by the way?
On the debate stage.
But that's it?
Yes, he's been an assemblyman. He's 33 years old. He passed 3 bills. He was basically a non-entity in the Albany legislature. He was basically absent, and this is what he does. He's an social activist, advocate, smooth salesman, slick slogans, and left unchallenged, they buy it, right? It's the infomercial that comes on at 3 o'clock in the morning. 1 pill, lose weight, increase your libido, live to 100 years old. Order now, get 2 more free.
And finally, what's your relationship like with Eric Adams? So, because you guys are going to have get on the phone at some point, I assume, come September, and there's going to have to be a decision made about who's going to, you know, take the torch and keep going.
Yeah, but I think that is what it's going to be, Andrew. You know, he's out there campaigning. I'm out there campaigning. Do the research whenever you want in September, first week, middle of September. who has a better shot against Mamdani. That is a quantitative question. You can figure it out. And if you believe that it's really about stopping Mamdani, which I genuinely do, then do what's in the right interest of the city, and the strong one goes ahead, the other person defers. Otherwise, you're just a spoiler, and you're driving the car off the cliff with the family inside the car.
Governor Cuomo, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Fascinating conversation. Come on back as this progresses. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, the weekly jobless claims report is out. Let's get over to Rick Santelli. He's been standing by at the CME in Chicago. Rick, take it away. What are the numbers?
Yeah, all you need to do is show a chart of 2-year or 10-year yields, and you pretty much can figure out that jobless claims were well behaved. Yields are moving up, and pre-open equities, they're moving down. 217,000. Yeah, that's the fresh 3-month low level. Last month was also a comp back to mid-April. And if we look at continuing claims, 1,955,000, they're all stacked up. It's the 9th week in a row that we're hovering right around, a little over 1.9 million. These numbers go back to 21, and even though they are elevated relative to near-term history, they're not necessarily high relative to longer-term history, and yields say it all. Now, granted, scaling makes that move you're looking at in 10s bigger. We were hovering right around 440 up 1. We're now hovering almost at 443. So we have moved up. Maybe the most important issue is that we backed away not long ago from 4.5 on an intraday basis, getting very close to like 448. Then it came back down into the 430s, which time and time again is a very good pivot, and boom, right back. I continue to think the range for a 10-year is going to be more along the lines of 4.25 to 460. With any wild card surprises, yields to the upside. Andrew, back to you.
Rick, want to thank you for that. We also got some breaking news right now from United Health. Want to get straight over to Bertha Coombs, who's got that news. Good morning.
Andrew, United Health shares falling at this hour as the company reveals in an 8K that it is under investigation by the DOJ on both civil and criminal charges with regard to its Medicaid practice. The company telling CNBC that it proactively went to speak to the DOJ, given all of the reports, many of them coming from the Wall Street Journal, about the investigation going on. The company does point out that it has launched an internal audit to look at its practices in Medicare as well as in its PBM pharmacy benefits unit. They do not expect that internal report, will be ready when they report earnings next Tuesday. It will likely take through the third quarter in order to come with that, but they are very confident that they will be able to meet these charges. They have note that they did win a special master in a separate case last March, recommended that the DOJ's case not go forward when it comes to fraud billing. Back to you.
Okay, Bertha, thank you for that. We're going to keep our eyes on that stock and that investigation. Thanks.
All right, coming up, another can't-miss interview with White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs. Squawk Box will be right back.
Last year, we helped small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking them up. Morning, people. Feels good to finally connect with y'all. Meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet.
Right. Superhero.
Don't worry about saying it.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Connections are everywhere, across global markets and sectors. Some are harder to see. But when you work with Barclays Investment Bank, you get an integrated team of experts who connect you with the financial data, insights, and solutions to reveal new possibilities. Barclays, powering possible.
We have concerns with lots of American companies that come on Squawk Box that do business with China.
You should be concerned with the companies that don't come on Squawk Box.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Kraft mac and cheese. Get 'em up, get 'em up. The one and only.
Some things are just better at home, like picking out new floors. For a limited time, get up to 40% off your entire project during our summer savings event.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
President Trump signing multiple executive orders on AI after the All In podcast hosted tech and government leaders at a summit in Washington. Joining us right now is White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs. And David, welcome. We really appreciate your being here today. There's a lot that we've been trying to figure out, trying to understand what yesterday all means. And I wonder if you can tell us how the private sector reads all of this and what they will do in response.
Well, thank you for having me. I mean, first of all, let me just frame up what I think President Trump did yesterday. It was, I think, the most important technology speech by an American president since President Kennedy declared that we had to win the space race. And in a similar way, President Trump declared that we had to win this AI race. And I think you could argue that the AI race is even more important than the space race because it's going to determine who reshapes the global economy and who the superpowers of the 21st century are going to be. If the U.S. continues to lead in AI, we'll remain the most powerful country. But if we don't, we could fall behind our global competitors like China. And I think President Trump laid out a plan for winning this AI race.
David, I'd agree with you. I think this probably is more important than the space race. How far ahead of China do you think we are right now in this race? How long would it take for them to catch up? How do we prevent that from happening specifically?
So I think when you look at our lead in the AI race, it kind of depends on what level of the stack you're looking at. So if you look at the top of the stack with the AI models, we're only, I would say, months ahead of the Chinese models. They've done a good job with models like DeepSeek and Qwen. But if you go deeper in the stack, we have, I'd say, more significant advantages. So when it comes to chip design, our leading company is NVIDIA. Their leading company is Huawei. I would say that NVIDIA is still a couple of years ahead. Then you go deeper in the stack to chip manufacturing, and you've got TSMC on the western side of the ledger, and they're several years ahead of the Chinese national champion, which is called SMIC. So it just depends on what level of the stack you're talking about. But I think the most important thing is that we try to maintain this lead. We don't want to sacrifice it. And I think President Trump brought up a few really important ways of doing this. Number one is we have to unleash American energy. The new AI data centers, the new infrastructure we need to build is very power hungry. It requires a lot of electricity. And President Trump signed an executive order to build out AI infrastructure. And he's understood for a long time that we have to drill, baby, drill. We have to build, baby, build. We have to, again, if you want to have AI dominance, you've got to have energy dominance. So that was a huge part of the speech. Another area that I think is very important that President Trump talked about is AI exports. We want the whole world using the American tech stack. We want the world to consolidate around an American standard. If we don't provide that standard, Huawei surely will. And so I think President Trump brought up that, and he signed an executive order to make AI exports easier.
He also made commentary. Well, actually, let's go to the energy part of this first, because signing this executive order is one thing. There have been others who have theorized that you really need an infrastructure plan that's organized by the government, kind of like the national highway system was set up. Do you think we need something along those lines, or can private industry really step in and bring us the energy needs that are going to be upon us in the next couple of years?
Well, private industry is already investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this infrastructure build out. So the private sector investment is there. What we need to do is unlock it from the shackles of all this red tape. It takes years to get permitted. President Trump promised to make that easier, to bring the timeline down from years to weeks or months. There's environmental concerns that really tie up these projects.
Order filled.
Lee Zeldin was solving those. So
Order
I think that
submitted.
we do need to have more of a partnership mentality with the private sector, but it's the private sector is going to do the building here, and we just need to get unnecessary red tape out of the way to enable that.
David, related to that, though, is this question of just how much energy is going to be consumed. We talk about it on this broadcast all the time, the amount of energy that's required, the amount of water that's required. Obviously, certain states are better adept and also have less regulations around them. But ultimately, you know, we've had some guests come on and say, you know, 5 years from now, all these governors who are begging for this stuff to happen in their state may say to themselves, you know what, electricity prices are going to go up in my state to consumers. There's a question if there's a hurricane, who ultimately, you know, gets the electricity in that because of the uptime requirements and guarantees that a lot of these tech companies are making with the data centers and therefore the energy providers, that could leave consumers out in the cold. How do you think about that dynamic?
Well, this is exactly why I think we have to build more energy. We have to unleash American energy, is because you don't want residential prices to go up every time you add a data center. It doesn't make sense. So it's true that in order to enable these new data centers that are very power hungry, you have to build more power generation. But that's the whole point of the executive order, and that's the whole point of President Trump's policy around making it easier to, again, drill, baby, drill. This is a campaign promise he made years ago, is that we had to make it easier to produce American energy. And he's had all of the above approach. I mean, he wants to make it easier for natural gas, for nuclear. He signed executive orders to make nuclear easier, and even what he calls big, beautiful coal. So I think that, you know, the president has had this idea for a long time. He understands that more energy production is the basis for all future growth. And now that we have this AI boom going on, it's definitely the foundation for this AI, for the growth in AI as well. So I think this is the plan of the administration, is we got to produce more energy.
Hey, David, as the AI czar, people look to you for a lot of things, but you're a huge person from Silicon Valley, a huge figure in the industry. You grew up with PayPal next to Elon Musk. You learned an awful lot about that, and you're obviously invested in XAI as well. I just wonder how you look at the world in terms of open source or closed source models on these things, what you think about what OpenAI is doing right now. Do you have the same views as Elon Musk when it comes to what Sam Altman's doing, or do you see things a little differently?
Well, we don't take sides in
Order
which
submitted.
AI company is going to win. We just want to create the conditions, the environment for American AI to do well. And then within that environment or that ecosystem, we want to have at least several companies,
Order
maybe
canceled.
many companies competing. And we think that competition is good.
Order
That's what
filled.
ultimately spurs America on. You know, under the Biden administration, they had this approach under this Biden executive order on AI of anointing a few winners in this AI race. That they had this mentality that they were going to centralize and control. And what we want to do is just create a level playing field so that we, you know, let 1,000 flowers bloom. And, you know, we think that competition brings out the best in everyone. That's how America wins, is we create the conditions for our private companies to compete with each other.
David, but speak to this if you can. You know, I've been marveled at how successful Elon Musk has been, even in the past year and a half, in terms of spinning up XAI. And I would argue a lot of that has been his experience as a genuine engineer in terms of hardware and understanding energy. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about here is about energy. There have been questions recently about Stargate, which, of course, is the endeavor that Sam Altman and OpenAI have undertaken with Masa-son. And how that's working out and how quickly that can get rolled out. How much, A, do you think that there's any issue with where Stargate is and how quickly that will roll out? And B, how much do you think that there's an issue of just how much experience and knowledge lives in Silicon Valley in terms of engineering to deal with this energy issue? Because the experience, with the exception of maybe Elon and some others who've dealt with hardware, is very different.
Well, it's true. You know, I've spent time with folks from Silicon Valley and folks from the energy industry, and they are rather different industries. And in the past, they haven't intersected that much. And there are, I think, cultural differences between the industries. In the past, the energy industry, the grid, for example, has only grown by a couple of % a year. They just haven't ever had to contemplate the issues of hypergrowth. And then by contrast, Silicon Valley is really all built around how do you scale as quickly as possible. So, but I think what's happening now is those conversations are happening. The Silicon Valley companies are driving out new requirements by the energy companies. And I think there's a lot of learning and sharing that's happening across those industries. So I think this is going to be figured out, and it's going to be enormously helped by the Trump administration, making it easier to produce more energy. That's really the key here to solving this problem.
We have a situation now through the One Big Beautiful Bill and what the White House did yesterday, where you're not going to have a lot of states and different jurisdictions that are setting new rules for AI in different ways that they have to compete. But you're still going to have to figure out how this works around the globe. You think of the Digital Services Act and what Europe has already done to some of our technology companies by trying to crack down on them. How do you and the president look at this in terms of how we kind of navigate other jurisdictions around the globe and what they can and can't do, what they should and should not be able to do when it comes to our AI companies?
Well, what the president said in his speech is that we don't want overregulation to cost us winning this AI race. And that overregulation could happen if the states go wild overregulating, and there is some indication that that's a possibility. You've got 1,000 bills going through state legislatures right now. And the president also said that these international bodies also should not impose unnecessary regulation. So I think that this administration will push back on that, and we'll just have to see exactly how that plays out. But I think the basic idea here is that we have to prioritize winning the AI race, and we have to make sure that regulation is sensible. We're not saying that there shouldn't be any regulation, but we don't want there to be so much of it that it hobbles our AI companies and our innovation. And we also don't want so many different regulatory regimes that it creates a patchwork and it's confusing to our AI companies. So I think you'll see this administration pushing back in those areas.
What we did not hear, though, is any protection of copyright. In fact, the president himself said that copyright holders may just lose out on this, essentially. How do you make sure we win this race, but also not trample the rights of the creators underneath all of this as well?
Well, the president said that that AI models can't copy or plagiarize rights holders. So that's very clear. The question is around ingestion of data for AI training. And that is a question that's being litigated in the courts right now. And ultimately, what it will come down to is what is the fair use definition for AI training data. And I think the president started to stake out a position there that merely ingesting data for learning purposes is not a violation of copyright as long as the model, again, does not copy or plagiarize the output. Right. So we have a distinction here between inputs and outputs. And this is a question that's being litigated by the courts, but I think that President Trump's statements on this are very common sense, and I hope they will help guide this issue.
David, let me ask you about that, though. And this is maybe a philosophical question. So I've been writing a book for the last 8 years, a history book about 1929. And so I've ingested, if you will, hundreds of books, by the way, that I've read to learn about all sorts of different component parts. And hopefully some of those pieces end up not plagiarized, but in the book, and there's a bibliography and all of that, right? But that's one person, that's me doing that. And I can go to the library and get the books. I can go buy all the books. And I think we understand how that works. I think it's different, right, if a machine ingests the books and then can then not just spit out one book. It took me 8 years to do this, but can spit out a book, you know, every 3 minutes if it wanted to, and what the economics of that should actually look like.
Well, Andrew, I think you raise a good point, and we're in a new area here, and this all has to be figured out. But I would say two things. Number one is copyright historically has applied to outputs, not to ingestion or learning. And so, you know, I think we have to consider that. The other is something that President Trump talked about, which is if you're going to require AI models to have a deal with every single article on the internet, we're talking about millions of articles, and in order to use that, then how is that going to be feasible? From a common sense standpoint, you're just not going to be able to make deals with every single one of those rights holders. And China won't care. China's just going to, they're going to suck in all the data. And so I think it will compromise our ability to win this AI race against China if they can use all the data, but we're hopelessly mired in impractical contractual negotiation.
David, real quick competition question. The president made a fascinating comment in his speech. He might have been talking to you where he said he was asking about NVIDIA. He didn't know what NVIDIA was, and somebody told him that basically they own 100% of the market. He wanted to actually break them up, he said. Was that conversation with you?
No, I wasn't. I was not part of that one.
Wasn't you? The second related competition question, therefore, becomes, though, do you think we need a lot more competitors, both in chips and even in LLMs? I mean, one of the things we've started to see is because a lot of the big companies can't really, I think there's a view that regulators wouldn't allow combinations, that there's this whole acqui-hire trend. And I'm curious sort of where you land on the competition and acqui-hire world.
Well, I think what we're seeing right now is ferocious competition, especially at the AI model level. And I think that's good, and we want that to continue. At the chip level, it's true that Jensen has very high market share, but that's a result of him being so ahead of the curve on GPUs. I mean, he's been working on this for 30 years. When everyone else was focused on CPUs, he had this vision around GPUs. And so, in America, we don't punish winning. We don't punish success that comes from as a result of being visionary. And I do think, though, that NVIDIA, although they have high market share, they have a lead, but it's such a competitive industry still, the semiconductor business, that if they don't stay on top of their game, then they could lose to a number of companies that are challenging them, including startups. So I don't think we have a huge competition problem here. I think quite the contrary, these markets are very competitive.
Hey, David, thank you very much for joining us today. David Sachs, we hope you come back. Squawk Box will be right back.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff. But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one. Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Ready for a great offer on an amazing mattress? Actually, make that your choice of 3 top-of-the-line mattress brands from Rooms To Go. Now easy to buy thanks to 72-month interest-free financing. Choose from the latest Beauty Rest Black, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Premium choices, the ultimate in comfort and support. Yours with special interest-free financing for 6 years. That will put your mind at rest only at Rooms To Go.
Final check on the markets. Futures mixed among the stocks weighing on the Dow, though. United Health lower after it confirmed a DOJ probe. Honeywell and IBM both lower after earnings as well. And what a show. We've had a lot of things going on between the governor, wants to be the mayor, between David Sachs.
Don't forget
between
Eli
John
Manning.
Gray,
Yeah,
between Eli.
It's
Anyway,
been fun.
Make sure you
Come
join
back.
us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. First real day where we get some patchiness in corporate earnings as American, IBM, Chipotle disappoint, Dow cuts the dividend in half. That said, jobless claims down 6 weeks in a row. That's the longest streak in 3 years. 10-year yields at about a 1-week high. Our roadmap begins with two of the Mag 7 names out with earnings, Tesla and Alphabet going in opposite directions. We'll break down the numbers.
Plus, United Health shares are also under pressure. The company reveals it's facing a Justice Department investigation over its Medicare billing practices. We're also going to speak to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick after, of course, a close of an agreement with Japan this week, EU deal in focus, and we're also getting some important news involving our nation's railroads. We're going to get to that in a moment, Carl.
First up, though, two major tech names to watch today. Tesla shares are down after missing on both the top and the bottom lines, a 16% decline in auto revenue. On the flip side, Alphabet shares rallying on their earnings beat, company raising the CapEx forecast to $85 billion. This is Sundar Pichai on the call last night.
CapEx stuff, obviously we are seeing strong momentum across our portfolio, and especially in cloud. You are right; it's a tight supply environment, and we are investing more to expand. But there is obviously a time delay between this additional investment will play out in future years, and so that's why both of them are true at the same time, but we are planning ahead and we are investing, but overall it's exciting to see the traction, particularly in cloud.
Jim, building on the stock, which rallied for several days into the print.
Yeah, the cloud was important. I think the big focus is, frankly, the paid clicks were picked up 4%. I mean, I was thinking paid clicks might be down. I was worried that I felt that this was the beginning of the erosion and the cannibalization versus Gemini. That was completely wrong. YouTube up 200 million, really, really fantastic. Cloud accelerated 4%, but look, the story here is that the more chips they get, the better they're doing. They have so much demand. I was quite surprised how strong this was.
Yeah, and I think you hit it, Jim, and it's what a lot of other people are focused on. We will continue to wonder whether they will lose share at Google in terms of search.
Yes.
There's no doubt that you have to continue to look at that, given the vast changes that are taking place in the way people seek information. And they go to ChatGPT, and they go to Grok, and they go to Perplexity, but 4% up in paid clicks was unexpected. And it's unabated, it seems, the need and their ability to actually monetize search in terms of from advertising. So record numbers there. YouTube is just a force.
Oh my God, YouTube is a great subscription model.
And
we don't think of it, we should. We're making a mistake. That's number one subscription.
By the way, they don't even, the subscriptions from YouTube for YouTube TV, the paid service and all the other things associated with it, what you get from Alphabet on YouTube is ads as a revenue number. And you can take a look. Just the ad revenue from YouTube, it's running at almost a $40 billion a year run rate. They come very close to, it's $9.8 billion this quarter. And you put that in perspective to a Netflix at $11 billion. Now, obviously, that's subscriptions for Netflix, ads for YouTube, but I mention it because one had 16% growth, that's Netflix. The other 13% growth, that's YouTube. YouTube, as we've said many times, is where people spend the most time. The most time. And it's only going to, one would expect, grow as you get user-generated content that becomes even more robust with all the AI tools out there, Carl. So it's amazing.
Linear 60 to 70-year-old. This is exactly who you need.
Yeah.
If you're an advertiser and you're on this call, you say, oh, I'm going to send a check to Zuckerberg in order to be able to be an Insta. I'll send a check to these guys. I'll have reached everybody in the world that I need. And it is extraordinary. I misjudged this one. I had no idea that there we go. I was listening to Eddie Q and Apple, who said
you weren't alone. I mean, Milius, our friend Ben, writes us was critical about their prospects in the face of these models. By the way, YouTube Shorts, as much revenue per watch hour as in-stream YouTube. I mean, that's traditional in-stream viewing. That's crazy.
This stock should be up much more than that. It's
you think it should be up more?
Yeah, it was that great.
By the way, the capex number also $85 billion. It goes up from what had been a $75 billion number, so they increased that. And as you'd expect, is going into GPUs and data centers. The numbers, as I always say to our viewers, every time we get these reports, I mean, are just staggering to think that a company's $85 billion in capex. You know, it used to be AT&T, which reported yesterday, or the Verizon, 20 billion. You're like, wow, that's a big number. $85 billion, and obviously, then you've got Microsoft in there at similar levels, and you've got Meta in there at similar levels, and you've got Amazon in there.
We're going to hear all capex go up. It's all NVIDIA.
Is it good for NVIDIA, this $85 billion number?
It's really good for NVIDIA. But of course, NVIDIA, the president talked about breaking them up. We'll get to that later. That was an out-of-body comment, kind of.
I didn't even see that. Who's the
president? So you're so powerful. Maybe we want to break him up.
Wade, but then he was told it would be too hard.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, Jensen, the president has a good relationship with Jensen. It's not like Elon Musk. It's just we want this man to do what he wants to do.
Speaking of breaking up, though, there is still risk in Alphabet from the DOJ.
Yes,
we're only a few weeks away.
Yeah, but I bought into that nonsense, and where'd it get me? Out 20 points ago. I will tell you, Philip Schindler is the guy to listen to. He's the guy. He was the star of this conference call. I mean, $54 billion for search and other revenue. You should listen to Schindler. Schindler is the man. He's the man.
Speaking of Elon Musk, let's touch on Tesla before we go to break. Jim, net income down 16, auto revenue down 16, vehicles sold down 13, and carbon credit revenue down 50.
Okay, so you listen to the conference call, and they've made it so that those don't matter. All that matters is self-drive, autonomous. I'm not kidding. I mean, the taxi, Austin, California. And then there's some lines which says, where he's saying, and David, you got a kick out of this, I'm sure.
Please.
That where he's talking about that, in a few years, like everyone's going to be in this, the robo-taxi. It's like going great. I mean, it's not doing anything. This was a call that was a fatuous call.
Fatuous, you believe?
Fatuous, yes. I left out Turkey. Number one.
Turkey. They did well in Turkey.
Netherlands.
Yes.
And Austria. I knew that Austrian market. That was it.
Margins were down to 4.4%, down 220 basis points year over year.
Okay.
I believe free cash flow declined by 89% year over year. And obviously deliveries were down. How many people are buying Teslas? Down. That said,
David Grok 4 is a beast.
That said,
a beast.
As we know, the continued focus is on the potential success of robo-taxis, the introduction of full self-driving for many, where unsupervised, where they can just sit back and on the robots, where he said 5 years we're going to be at 100,000 a month, and that's Jim. I don't know how you push people off of those beliefs, even though the core business is obviously under serious pressure.
This was a call where I wanted to say, not unlike in Succession, you are not serious people.
Why, though? What do you mean when you say that?
Because he's pivoted to only talking about robo-taxi and how everyone's going to be self-driving with theirs, and they have the best software. No, their car sales are falling off a cliff. That does matter.
Well, that's a good point, and it matters only if shareholders actually sell the stock as a result of worrying about it.
They don't regard it. It's like the Green Bay Packers stock. No one's going to do that. They love it.
And they believe, and people believe in Musk and his ability to deliver on these very important goals that he thinks will, and they think will completely transform this company into a multi-trillion-dollar behemoth.
Okay, David, listen to this. Autonomous ride-hailing they'll probably have autonomous ride-hailing in probably half of the population of the United States. When? By the end of the year.
Yes, half the population in the U.S. by the end of the year. That's in 5 months?
We'll have the opportunity to have autonomous, right?
Yeah.
Not robot, but to have full, unsupervised full self-driving available to them.
The big takeaway is Turkey.
You sound like the sell-side guys who have a one-handle on the stock.
No, because it's a cold stock.
You don't know what to do with this thing, because you've been all, come on, you've been all over over the place. You tell people not to.
I threw myself on the sword in Google. How much sword throwing do you need?
I don't know. I need more.
We got 60 minutes.
I need more. I mean, I get it. You don't know. Who knows what to do with this thing? Half the time you're like, yeah, hold it, own it, buy it. Then half the time you say, oh, it's a horrible quarter, but it doesn't mean you think people should sell the stock, right?
This was not the kind of conference call I expected.
What'd you expect?
Well, I did not expect an immediate pivot to robots and to self-driving and the robo-taxi and the fact that he's rich in California any minute now. California?
I mean,
David,
by the
you
way,
were down there. You tell me.
In Austin, listen, they keep geofencing, but they keep increasing the geofencing. They also not going to, obviously, the tax credit goes away, but importantly, what they're able to sell to other automakers in terms of them meeting the old CAFE standards also keeps declining. That was an important contributor as well.
It's down by a quarter quarter on quarter.
It was bad, but I've got to tell you, I'm buying into robots. He's got the robot rep.
He's got the robot.
You know what I say about Tesla?
What?
Take a ride on the Reading.
Let's talk rails, guys. I mentioned it at the open. We've got important news here from Union Pacific, and it echoes what we have been talking about and reporting. It'll be 2 weeks ago tomorrow that I reported on general discussion around the possibility. Yeah, but I did not have that there were talks.
Right.
Now we have it confirmed. Interesting to take a look at the stock prices. We've gotten earnings from Union Pacific and CSX this morning. In the Union Pacific call, they say that Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern confirm the companies are engaged in advanced discussions, and I had not been able to confirm that regarding a potential business combination. There can be no assurances, they go on to say, as to whether an agreement for a transaction will be reached or as to the terms of any such transaction. This is monumental. In many ways.
Meaning that, how about if Biden were president? How would this go?
Well, right. I mean, we've been discussing this for days now. And on the call, they say the foundation is built. They're growing with their customers. They have strong momentum. No assurances. Again, they'll reach an agreement. But they do talk about those advanced discussions on the call and with this press release announcing these discussions.
But David,
the question then becomes,
did you listen to Joe Hendricks last night?
Joe Hendricks is going to be a guest on our show.
He's ready.
Yes.
Yeah, the 10?
The 10. Yeah, Morgan Brennan.
What is that about?
But Joe Hendricks also in CSX did not say they're in talks with anybody, but basically opened the door to the possibility, and I'm just looking specifically for the quote where he said, we're absolutely focused on delivering shareholder value and are always open to anything that can help us achieve this objective. That is Joe Hendricks,
good man,
CSX's president and CEO, on the conference call from CSX.
That shocked me until I heard this.
Are we now now we're very close to getting the potential announcements with transcontinental link-ups, east to west. And then the Surface Transportation Board will become incredibly important. The structure for these deals previously, when you had Canadian Pacific to Kansas City Southern, was you merge the holding companies and you put the actual railroad in a trust. Shareholders get paid, and then the buyer potentially is taking all the risk. With the idea being, if the Surface Transportation Board says no, then you have to basically sell the rail out of that trust, either take it public or do something along those lines. Now, remember, that deal I just referenced, Kansas City, Canadian Pacific, was under the old rules, which were more lenient. There are new rules, but Jim, to your point, and one we've made so many times, much, if not all of this, may well come back to President Trump and what he is willing to allow for, and his control of what is an independent body, Carl, but we know how those go in the Trump administration, called the Surface Transportation Board.
Not since Jay Gould tried to put this together. Jay Gould, American Rascal. Have you tried to see this? This is this golden, gilded age of rails. Part 2.
And Jim Venna, obviously, who runs Union Pacific, very aggressive. Yeah. So here we are, less than 2 weeks when I said it, and now it's happened.
When Venna got the job, David said it was going to be a new regime.
Yeah, well, everybody was telling me how aggressive he was, and again, I was hearing a lot of this chatter around, could there be, would there be, are there talks, bankers being hired, and here we are with confirmation of advanced talks between Norfolk Southern and UNP. UNP, of course, is the buyer.
They used to have this thing called the FTC. It was so funny with blocks of like this. What happened to them?
Jim, after the break, we're going to talk to the Commerce Secretary. He'll join us to try to break down the latest EU and U.S. trade talks. So many earnings to get to. Honeywell, American, Chipotle, IBM, Dow, LVS, Blackstone, Mattel. After a break.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee? Your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee? Our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Seabeth, your mom told you to find a job.
Hello?
You made a company instead. To keep your growing going, you needed an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. Seabeth, insights that impact.
And Harry Kane scores another goal. Is there anything Harry can't do since switching to new Skechers football boots?
Checkmate.
Incredible. That's impressive. This guy can do anything in Skechers.
New Skechers football. It's comfort that performs.
Breaking earnings news. Tesla, Alphabet, IBM, Intel. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We keep talking about media. Do you have a take on where all of media ultimately goes?
All media has a job to be done. I feel like I'm in the center of the universe after watching hundreds of hours of this show.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Vital Farms farmers believe in giving their hens fresh pasture to roam. Some people might say that's a waste of space. Well, people are entitled to their opinions.
Chicken chefs everywhere started talking. And when he started giving it away for free, they were speechless. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. Get a free bucket on us when you join KFC Rewards.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. And with 8 times points on Chase Travel, now own the card that rewards you for it. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in. The new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business.
The U.S. and the EU scrambling to strike a trade deal ahead of next week's August 1 deadline. FT did report yesterday that a potential deal would impose 15% tariffs on European imports, similar to the Japan number that we got this week. Joining us this morning, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, great to have you. I know you've been busy. Streets hungry for an update on the EU. What can you tell us?
Good morning. We got 12 minutes. Looks like we're gonna go up at open, what I see.
Which means they'd sell us more stuff than we sell them, and so the president said it's 30% if you don't get a deal done. So you
Right up, Gambit.
badly they want to make a deal. Is 15 the new benchmark?
It looks like they want to pump at open. You going along? No, you risking your pro, huh?
Discretion, the American people's discretion to build
Yeah.
the things that Donald Trump wants to build.
I don't know. The bot short? Yeah, bot is short.
Mr. Secretary, I thought that was an incredible gift. It had to happen. I am very concerned that if there's no deal with Europe, what they'll do to our service companies. It's the only thing that they ever really do. It came from us anyway. How do we protect these great American companies?
Well, you're right.
Yeah, I wanted to dip more so I can get long at open. Not touching tops of Apex because I'm set payout. I need $40 on TPT to get a payout. Try to. Nah, I'll wait till tomorrow. I wish it pumped, because I was short last night too. All-time high. I left a short at I think at 420. And then I took profit at 400. Woke up and it was like 358. So I left a lot on the table. Yeah, I left a short at night. Yeah.
Well, what happens is when it comes into the country, you put the tariff on it. So if you bring the engine,
Yeah, I think we have news too. See what news is it? We have PMI. Oh, we have PMI. Okay. Yeah. Shit, I don't know if I went along at open.
Europeans, they very, very much want to make a deal. When they saw, I mean,
Let me see it. It wants to go up, but 15 minutes wants to go down. Yeah. I might get long one MNQ for now. And see how it does. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing it on Pro, no. I'm doing on the TTT. I hit my $500 target on my other TTT, so I need 6 more like that and get a payout.
Metrics, what they're going to be held to. Just trying to understand a bit more around what is obviously a very large.
Let me go pee before it open. Be back.
This is not Toyota building this is literally the Japanese government itself saying to Donald Trump, we will provide Donald Trump and the American people $550 billion on projects you choose. And we will give you 90% of the profits, America. So basically, Donald Trump can pick the projects. And we are working the details out now. We're doing documentation right now. Here's an example. Donald Trump said, look, we don't make generic antibiotics in America. We don't make antibiotics. So let's go build those factories. Let's go invest $15 billion. Let's take care of generic.
All right. Let's go. How many? 7 minutes. Come on, pump it.
10% go back to the Japanese to pay the funding. That's it. We don't have any obligation.
Are you gonna open long? I mean, my 3 minutes I didn't want to pump, so I just got a long, took a profit.
This is easy.
On something else I want to come back on you, which is TikTok. There was some reporting yesterday, but I know you did an interview, but I don't think you talked about TikTok.
Oh, damn, my volume was low. There we go. Much better now. Yeah.
Actually going to allow the algorithm to be.
Yeah, if it doesn't dip, I'm not going to long.
We get a buying group here that takes it out of Chinese control.
You see Tesla? Almost -7%.
That's just not. So if it's in American control, and China can have a little piece or ByteDance, the current owner can keep a little piece, but basically Americans will have control, Americans will own the technology, Americans will control the algorithm.
Dang, I was long at 55 too. Yeah.
TikTok is going to go dark. And those decisions are coming very soon. So let's see what the Chinese do. They've got to approve it. The deal is over today.
Yeah.
Right now.
Is it part of the overall trade talks with China?
Yes and no. I would say it's not really part of
Oh, it's too late now. The bot's too short. Morning, Sean.
The domestic auto lobby that some cars made by U.S. producers might be facing higher levies than cars built entirely in Japan. Do they have that right? Oh my God, that's just so silly. I mean, come on. 15% by the Japanese. Okay, it's not as good as 25%. When your competitor goes from 25% against them to 15% against them, I guess you're a little bummed out. But come on, there's no tariff if you build it in America, and they're paying 15%. I tell you, the American manufacturers. I spoke to the CEO this morning. They are cool with it. They were just, they're PR people who are just sort of ginning up a little concept that we're not as happy.
When we go up to like maybe 415, I'm gonna short again.
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you. We'll watch the tape closely and look forward to your return, Commerce Secretary Howard Lubbock.
Google's almost all-time high. We got what, 4 minutes? Yep.
Virtual small business playbook event. Real world insights on navigating volatility.
Bet you this month is bad for a lot of people. A lot of people. Yeah.
I know what you're thinking. What's your secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan.
See, on my trade station, the 3 minutes is long.
Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little blank spot in my pocket. Gemini,
Yeah.
what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
That's all you have right now, just the because the eval you're done trading, so you only got one trade today. Get another one. Or get a trade day. It's $59 only. Oh, you want the end of day? Yeah. No, you get in the 99. There's no point. You just get TPG. You know what I mean? There's no point in doing that. Trade is for the cheap one, because what TPT is 102. 99, 102 is not a big difference. At least in TPT, you can scalp. Yeah, average 20 seconds. So we got 2 minutes. Everything looking like it wants to go up, except for the 15 minutes. It has room to go down, so I'm thinking we get a pump and dump. All-time highs coming up, and we have news at 9:45. Let's see, 420 something, isn't it? All-time high. Yeah, so we didn't hit it last night. Yeah.
Years of yesterday's, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
Yeah, every day is all-time high.
The future is watching.
Let's do it quick, mad dash. We've got a lot of noise here, of course. The crowds get ready. 1 minute till opening. What do you got?
This is good. 25 yen. I still think not as bad. Chipotle we have to talk about, but then Dow Chemical just down. No more Dow Chemical.
Yeah, and last night I actually been doing a lot better after hours now. Yeah, oh, last 2 days I've been hitting pay up because of that. Now doing open is when I do that. Right, dump. Yeah, that's 2 days in a row it dipped. Tesla was like almost negative 8%. Holy shit. We should got Tesla puts. Yeah, Wow. I'm gonna wait. Oh, 15 minutes trying to curve too. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Damn. I'm gonna short one at least. Chris always long at open. He's gonna get caught one day. Damn, I have a short of 400 and it didn't hit. Yeah. Let's see the bot. No, shoot. Bot might go long. Nope, it's not. That's a big drop. Wow. Holy shit, good thing I didn't chase. Okay, the 3-minute has a bear squeeze now.
Is not even negative, for heaven's sake. Unbelievable how poorly the stock actually did.
Yo, wow.
It just means the rest of the time.
I had a short of 400. I don't know why they didn't hit.
People felt the software was slower. I think they found
You know, bot's still short, so that's why I don't want to long.
this is another one. Flexible reaction has a higher P multiple than it did. I just think that this is another one to take off.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw in a third one. Dover with another unbelievable quarter. Very big dynamic. Stock is down. But whoever's selling these things, Carl, they're not trying to paint the tape. They just don't understand how stocks work. Because we have major industrial companies that are doing incredibly well. And it's almost like if they're not merging, we don't want to own them. Or if they're not AI, we don't want to own them. There are other things worth owning. Honeywell is worth owning. IBM down here is worth owning. And Dover's worth buying. Right here. Because those 2 or 3 are beat and raised. Dover and Honeywell beat and raised. I mean, we're looking at a lot of things that are down.
I'll try a long at low a day if we hit.
Mobile quarter. I mean,
Yeah, I'll put in at 27. Yeah, 15 minutes still look ugly. Damn, look at Tesla, negative 9%. Damn, I should got puts. Let me look at gold. And gold is dumping too. What the hell?
After that free cash flow. T shares are up 22+% this year. But the free cash flow guide.
Got short on gold yesterday morning. Let's see if it made money. Oh wow, bought me 100 points on a gold short. Wow.
The numbers are very similar from Verizon and AT&T.
Are you trying to long?
They saw in terms of saved from the taxes, but T-Mobile only saying maybe next year. They didn't say anything about this year. At least
huge drop.
In terms of,
I'll just wait. I won't touch Tesla. What's up, buddy? I haven't touched anything yet. I'm just gonna wait for data. It's coming out about 10 minutes. PMI. Let me check. It is flash PMI. And manufacturer PMI, and then new home sales at 10. So be not my time. 7 o'clock your time.
These guys have bought some fiber assets from everything. But as well, it's the additions on fixed wireless that have been a focus for us. Because what does that mean?
I'm glad I'm finished with Tick Tick last night. Ain't gonna mess with that.
Which they use for the capacity from the likes of
no. No, I need 6 more days of $500, and that'll be it. My payout. Morning, Rosie.
Something that we thought would not be potentially allowed. You do wonder if the surface.
You have data soon, so careful.
The president sort of weighs in. Maybe you do see consolidation in other industries. You think that wouldn't happen? I mean, maybe you do see cable and wireless finally.
Not yet. Not since open. I've been doing it pre-marketing last night. Last night was really good for me.
Listen to Blackstone's comments today. Biggest forward IPO pipeline in 4 years. We believe the deal-making pause is behind us. Stock's going to be the highest since February.
That's just very good. Jonathan Gray was very good.
I think Jonathan Gray was a guest on
stuff about data.
On what? Bonox or Apex?
We've got a strong cyclical updraft that's coming because we feel like the deal environment is really starting to take hold. That pause after Liberation Day seems to be passing as the equity market.
3 minutes looks like they want to squeeze down. No, still looks like it's gonna go up. I might long.
And then we have these secular trends.
It's gonna long. Test it out at 350.
Growth and the secular long-term tailwinds makes us feel very optimistic.
I'll average down more.
He's capable of tempering his comments. We've seen it, but that was not tempered.
Oh, MNQ. I don't have. I'm doing funded. And I'm out. Yeah, I'm just taking 5 points.
Today might be American. We're going to talk to Southwest in a minute. Who's here today? Losses now.
7 minutes.
But there was a moment in that call which was just very, very painful. When Scott Boatwright talked about what the other guys are doing, the $5 meal. Well, I don't want to hear that because the $5 meal is not anything I ever want to eat. But at the same time, he goes, look, with our competitors with snack occasion of $5 meal, that's when the consumer is drifting toward his value as a price point. Wow. I never heard that this was a situation McDonald's versus Chipotle. There's McDonald's down here, we got Swan, and there's Chipotle up here. But that showed.
Yeah, Chipotle is down 13%.
About the pricing. I was just
it's not. Do you think it's a reflection on nickel? I'm sorry. I'm thinking Starbucks.
Yeah, they got the split. My sister had it when it's like $150 pre-split, and it went up to I think 3,000 something. She has like 4 shares, but she won't sell. It's not long again. There we go. It's at $40-something.
Needless intervention by you? Well, you just slammed me. When have I slammed you? Can't forget to keep every minute is a clean slate for me. Tabula rasa. Let's talk rails because we did get the support news at the top of the broadcast. Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern, if you're just joining us, are talking about getting together. They're talking about a merger. And in fact, they say they're engaged in advanced discussions involving a potential business combination. Interesting to note.
Yeah, that's a good long.
Now take a look at the stock recently, though. Of course, and you
Okay, the squeeze is turning bearish. 15, 3, and 39 minutes soon.
A great deal of chatter around the possibility of transcontinental rail deals.
No, don't long yet, Andrew. Data's coming out in 5 minutes.
Potentially Burlington Northern wanting to buy, considering buying CSX. In some ways, if you're the competitor here, you've got to kind of try to do the deal to match.
I think TickTick really liked my posts on Twitter. So hopefully we get more freebies next month.
In terms of structure, whether they would
yeah, got 14,000 views. And people are actually buying it too. The straight to funded plus. Actually, it's not too bad. It's cheap for what it is. You don't play for the eval. But looks like they are happy. So more freebies.
For a little while, and analysts have weighed in. You know, the handoff of significant
Jacqueline.
Chicago yards apparently is a real bottleneck.
It's been a mess for years.
Merged entity operating
not here.
assembled auto parts traffic.
Oh, it's like get your what's it called, KYC done on Tick Trader. You usually have to open the ticket and they'll get it fixed. I want along. No, we got 4 minutes left.
We mentioned the airlines this morning. We're watching.
Are you long? You got 4 minutes for the data. There you go. There you go.
This is, look, your stock is down almost 10% when you miss on the top and the bottom line, and then you have guidance the way you do. What are you seeing in the economy right now?
Well, first I want to say a shout out, our folks in the Network Ops Center. They do an awesome job running this airline every day despite weather. But so just got to say thank you to this team. But demand was really tough. So we slipped about 6% from the beginning of the year. Against what we thought. The nice thing is in the second quarter, demand stabilized on the domestic side. In the last month or so, we have seen the beginning of an inflection back. Again, it's just the macro uncertainty, I think, that drove that. But again, the good signs is we're seeing positivity now.
What happened with basic economy when you rolled that out? You even mentioned it in your earnings release that you saw a slip in terms of.
Dang, they made 41,000 on it.
Restrictions and it, the literal booking flow. You have a checkbox that you have to click. So it was really the friction in the process. So our folks went to work. And they attacked the digital flows, and that was all cleaned up in 2 weeks, and that impact was gone very quickly.
Given the weakness we're seeing in the broader macro economy, and even though you're seeing stabilization now, do you need to cut more capacity in the second half?
We've been the leader in managing capacity here. We've taken another 1.5 points out of the back half of the year. This year,
I hope we don't second long.
About a point. The issue is getting the demand back. We are beginning to see the demand strength come back to domestic and volume. And so I'm optimistic that we're seeing a return to travel here in the United States.
So you think from here on out, to a certain extent, even that basic economy, the weakness.
Yeah, they have a new update on the platform, so you have to change your passwords for the new site.
Really, the booking flows. We've seen stable demand. We've seen the conversion.
Yeah, you can just go on the website and request a reset.
So we're seeing a return of the volume and the bookings. Now you are having to do more promotions than typical. You're rarely on sale in the summer, and really every carrier has been on sale this summer.
You are at the same time, as a company, buying back $2 billion worth of shares. Is this the right time to be doing that, given the challenges you're facing?
It's legit, but you can just go on the website and just hit reset password.
In September of last year, we finished that 1.5 billion up in the second quarter. The board of directors approved an additional $2 billion share repurchase, but it's over 2 years.
1 minute left.
Terrific initiatives in place. Things like back fees that came online. They're expected to generate $350 million in EBIT this year and a run rate of about $1 billion a year. So we think that the earnings power is going to inflect quickly, which is why we put a 2-year time frame on that $2 billion buyback.
How is sun seating as you look at when you look at what starts in January? What's your sense in terms of how your customers can respond?
Well, what I love is that consumers want this. So more than 80% of our customers, 85% of customers that don't fly Southwest Airlines want assigned seating. They want extra legroom options. The great news is we've been able to pull that up, and actually it goes on sale next week, July the 29th. And I think we're going to do very well. And then for flights that operate in January of next year. But I'm excited that technology is done, and we're ready to start selling assigned seats.
But you're still cutting that guidance, though, for the full year, right?
Well, if you look at the full year, we set out a guide at 1.7 billion in EBIT, and the difference is just the macro. That $1 billion, it is, but it's the same 5% that you've seen really every other domestic carrier.
Slam data, didn't do anything.
The good thing is that we've seen it inflect back. And what I love is that we've got a set of strategic initiatives that are unique to Southwest
Google's
Airlines.
going down.
So we have the opportunity to outperform. Those initiatives are on track. They're on track from a timing perspective. They're on track from a financial perspective. We're going to deliver, and you're going to see an inflection in the earnings power.
Bob, thank you very much. Bob, thank you. CEO of Southwest Airlines, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, 3 minutes still got upside. More upside still. Should just long earlier. Let me size up. Not yet. I'm waiting for a little drop.
Never before. Tesla was about to bounce off the 300, up a little bit from that.
Well, look, I think that you need something.
We shouldn't go against the bot though. I had a short of 400, so. Nice.
Between those two, that's got to be a positive. Yeah, or lack of a negative anyway. That has been an overhang. You never know when things can start up again. But back to Tesla itself, and sort of what the growth engine is going to be, and when it's going to get here, and how long it's going to be, as you point out, while the business they've been in continues to decline, is a key question. And their free cash flow numbers obviously decline, and
If you wanted to draw, you bring back the $7,500 per credit. I don't think the price is.
no, that's not coming back. And the carbon credits as well, or what we call them, the ability to sell other automakers is declining dramatically. And who's ahead when it comes to autonomous or robo taxis? Waymo or Tesla?
Waymo, and they didn't even brag last night about what cost.
Afterthought.
They just, they took a hot Lincoln Whiteview. And that's
That is, man.
Actually, I want to look at what they said. Obviously, Alphabet shares were up
Just
again.
trading.
It had been almost a 10 straight day run until I think it was yesterday, Carl, when they were down. But they had positive things to say on, what did they say about Waymo? Other bets, Waymo, the Light CFO said they're allocating more resources to Waymo. Has the opportunity.
Nice. Apex.
National value. 5 cities, over 100 million fully driverless miles logged.
The pump. Shoot. I'll have to shorten it a little bit.
For the company shares. So,
I may move it up to 404. Trust the bot. I'll move it down to 400. Come on, baby. It's getting there. I know it's gonna be a bad short.
They're not doing any PPS.
You are?
Yeah.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm short. I'm short now at 400. Dump this Ponzi. Let's go. Yeah, I'm green today, Ray. Let's go. There we go. What? Oh, your son passed? Nice. Now you need to get the payout. That'd be nice if you actually get a payout. Try to post on Twitter when he does. Nice shit. I just got on my short. I'm gonna re-short again. Oh no, 15 minutes want to move up. Let me see. Any more data today? No, I don't see any more data. Nah, I don't think that's big. Is it yellow? I can't see the color. Ooh, my short's out. I'm done. No more short. Nice. I need to work on my pro and get my payout. Let me put a 400 short. Look at that drop.
Things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right. Yeah. Yeah.
What you been doing, Gambit? Let me make payout. Don't touch it anymore and just get an eval. Say last account you don't want to blow. Alright. You have like 10 funded. I was like, damn, you're killing it. No, it's only 5. Good job, I guess. So which one you requesting? All. Oh, nice, nice. You should be approved, right? No MAE shit. Good. Yeah, I should be approved on mine too. Who cares? Let it blow. It's free. You know what I mean? YOLO that shit and get it back up. If not, you already got the payout. That's all that matters. Damn it, you want to play Intel short on the puts today? Oh, Intel's already, it's already down 2%, damn it. Yeah, Intel sucks though.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best. And
Dang, nice word. You are killing it.
AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next gen.
Because you don't overtrade anymore, you have to go to work, so it helps you a lot.
It's closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Realtor,
I need to work on my Lucid.
closer to what's ever close to your heart.
See the 3 minutes, still got room for upside. So if it dropped down, I might long.
Still a far cry from the nearly $5 price they got a couple of days ago. You can see Krispy Kreme polls regular suspects last couple of days. Watch UNH as well. We got this 8K confirming that they are involved with the DOJ and these civil and criminal charges regarding.
What's high day? 24.25 for the short.
Smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity. Now, what's next? Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise.
Yeah, there's no setup right now, Andrew.
Confidence and efficiency, and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust.
On Apex, everybody's long on Dow. So they are long in YM, ES, and NQ. Yeah. Look at that. I actually kind of like that. People long and stuff, you can see. Good job, Doc. I'm out of coffee now. Yeah, 15 minutes looks ugly still. And the squeezes are bearish now, so careful, I might drop more. And do we long at lower day? I'm gonna put 2 long at lower day. Bought is short, Doc. Yeah, it's shorted a long time ago. It's an hour before market open. It went up as much as 30 points. Chill out. Yesterday, bot was long before ER came out, and he made 400 points. And I shorted and lost all my profit. Tick. Good long. Nice. Were you trading, Ty? Yeah, well, nice. Are you still trading Top Step? Why do you and Az love Top Step so much? It's like not that good. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like stay away from Top Step. Yeah, but other firm has Project X and a lot cheaper. Az, but yeah, but when you on a losing streak, you lose a lot because Az is like down a lot now because of that.
We're going to interview with the CEO of CSX, and we're back at 3.
Hey, Mitch. How's the financial ticket going? I got a financial professional now, so no more worrying about the future. I can just focus on being there for help. You so I'm not going to take a life every night of consulting? Nope. Oh, thank goodness. Sorry, Mitch. We're just not equipped to be throwing our problems. Less numbers, man. More boogeyman. You get it. I get it. Not worrying all night.
Bye, buddy. Congrats.
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, bolts, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder
I need to go 400 so I can short again. I'm not gonna long until the bot goes long.
The next generation will go. This is my hobby shop. We took this into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It is so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com. At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotics.
Short heavy pump, buddy.
Gold standard. The next generation of AG1.
Wish my TV provider let me choose what I paid for.
Sling lets you do that.
Nice.
I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want.
Sling lets you do that, boy.
And I wish my TV provider gave me hundreds of
Yeah, I'm just waiting for higher so I can short.
Customize your channel and watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
I haven't got touched anything lately. Just gotta wait.
We got some breaking news from Becky Quick.
The mediation came out at about 5:10 a.m. this morning. Chevron was successful in its mediation. And again, this is all over the Stabroek Field in Guyana, a very successful oil find. This is pretty big news for the market in the terms that it means that Hess acquisition by Chevron can go through.
Dude, I can't wait to see your son get a payout, man. It's gonna be so cool. Is that his first account ever on a prop firm? Ah, nice, nice. Yeah, I won't say it on YouTube. But that's good though. That's good though. Yeah. Let him do the TPT challenge. You can sit out. Let him play it. Oh. Yeah, he can't. No, yeah, he can't play. Because if you have an account there, and if he makes one, both of y'all gonna get banned. And the service is pretty bad there, so don't ask them on chat. It's not gonna do anything. Yeah, just let him sit out there.
The S&P on the back of results on concerns about a deceleration in software.
Yesterday was about existing homes. We're getting some new home sales data now. Let's get to Rick Santel.
Okay, so Apex people are shorting NQ but long ES and long YM. Tempted to long. No, no, I'm not gonna long. Looks like it might drop more. Yeah. Yeah. I have a long at lower day, but I hope it hits. Oh man, that's a drop. Trust the bot, man. Don't fade the bot. Oh, the new home sale. That's why it's dropping. Damn.
Sarah, back to you. Okay, thank you, Rick. Well, we are knee deep in earnings season, which means that I've been scouring through the reports so far.
Make me want to go long. Then you gotta go to work soon? Stop over trading, man. You're green. Log out.
Here's what the CEO said about what we're experiencing right now is due to macro and the consumer. The low-income consumer is looking for value as a price point at present. You have to look no further than what's going on with our competitors with, snack occasion or $5 meals and that's where the consumer is drifting towards is value as a price point because of low consumer sentiment. I think as sentiment improves, the business
There you
will
go.
improve. And
There's
so
the pump.
I think that's probably the biggest headwind we face. A lot of commentary about the low-income consumer in particular being under pressure. The other commentary on the consumer that was not as positive came from American Airlines, which didn't have as bullish of an outlook as Delta or United recently. They did talk about consumer caution. Robert Ice on July, in the interview with CNBC, July's been a tough month because of domestic consumer weakness, although
Just choppy all day.
he said premium demand and spending from higher income consumers remains resilient. So those are kind of the downers, guys, that we got lately on the consumer. But there was
Yeah.
plenty of positive
Well, yeah, that's true. You think about it, NQ is not even red. It's still green.
Honeywell CFO, business demand has remained resilient in those sectors. Union Pacific, railroad company, current volume surge after some of the uncertainty.
No, it's green. It says up 0.14% because of the ER. Yeah, on my screen it says 0.15 green. Yeah, even on my Thinkorswim is saying it's green too.
What they're saying about demand is not were some of the commentary I picked out. Honeywell did raise guidance for the second time this year, and it was better, but a lot of it has to do with the setup too into earnings.
Honeywell obviously also splitting into its parts.
Yes.
That would take some time, but obviously for investors to remember that as well.
Yeah. I mean, Keurig, have you seen Keurig Dr. Pepper? This has been a stock. Very, I guess, energy drinks, hot energy and caffeine drinks. You know, they make those, they make C4, energy, electrolyte hydration. While coffee's not doing too well, it's been actually a strong run. And the commentary here, broad-based momentum, which is a little bit different than what we got at Nestle, for instance. Overnight Tractor Supply, another consumer company, said they're encouraged by the momentum carrying into the quarter.
Nice.
Well, we might not see it
Good job. Congrats.
we are hearing mostly positive tone, and I would just pair that with what we got on initial job openings today. 217,000, a drop from last week, and the lowest since April.
6 straight weeks. We haven't had 6 straight weeks of declining jobless claims since the third quarter.
I do want to short, but I'm still waiting for the 400 to hit. It's making me FOMO to short.
This week, which is good to see.
Nah.
Which speaks to a still tight labor market.
Been shorting 400 all night last night. 400, 405, yeah.
But some of the data would help people argue that they don't need to.
Do they cut? Is it seen as
3 minutes. 3 minutes want to drop, so I might just get in on a little short. Let me just try one if it pump. You won't do it? I'll do 380 for the short. I'm not wrong. I'm gonna try short 380.
President's plan is in terms of visiting the building or the renovations or anything else?
Not exactly. We know it's unusual that he's going there.
First time in 20 years.
Has complained about a $2.5 billion renovation.
Yeah, I don't like this movement.
See how much marble they put in. Something that's been called out. Executive dining room. Look, what I've been told about this is that historic preservation is much more expensive than tearing down a building and rebuilding it. It takes longer.
Yeah.
It costs more, and that the Fed has been really clear and transparent in what they're doing the whole time.
All right, let's move on this morning, talk about earnings, specifically Alphabet. Of course, the company did beat second quarter estimates. It saw double-digit growth in search revenue. And it
I need to go higher so I can short.
Forecast of $75 billion to, I think these numbers are astounding, $85 billion. Joining us to discuss DA Davidson, Gil Luria, raised his price target to 180 from 160, but still has a neutral rating. I guess let's start there, Gil. I mean, you know, the worries are there about search and them losing market share. Didn't see a sign of it with paid clicks up 4%. Why are you still neutral on the stock, given what I would assume you have to agree was a pretty strong quarter?
It was a good quarter, but it was really a reflection of the strength in the markets, right? The digital ad market is very strong. By the way, bodes well for Meta next week. The demand for AI inferencing is growing very fast. That's what drove the cloud business. By the way, it's very good for Microsoft. Currency was a tailwind. It made all the numbers look better. All these things we knew. The things that we're worried about Google search have not happened.
Oh, wow, not Tesla. Google might go red soon, too.
Google search is the default. ChatGPT, OpenAI, XAI, Grok have not turned on advertising yet. Google still has no competition in search. Still has 90% share. That's not going to change until those changes happen.
Not short, dude.
They just still haven't happened yet. And as long as we don't, and as long as we don't know what happens,
That's good.
those changes happen, we'll still be cautious. We'll still go quarter by quarter and see the following. That's why we're not ready to say search is out of the woods. Again, advertisers are the ones that pay. They still don't have a choice.
That was low day. Wow.
Consumer habits certainly do seem to be changing. I mean, I think I can speak for myself and so many others and colleagues who, when you go to try to find something, you
There you go.
go to ChatGPT or Perplexity or Grok and the likes. But
Trust the bot, man. Trust the bot.
Search
Don't say to buy. We'll make some money. But it's free. We gotta use it. About 40 points.
It deserves in terms of where low it is, given double-digit revenue growth rates go.
Well, that's right. The properties Google own are so much more than the value of the stock. They have a media company that's better than Netflix. They have self-driving that's better than Tesla. They have a digital ad network that's better than the trade desk. They have a cloud.
Let me try to long at 23. Get a quick bounce.
This is why we argue for a big bang breakup. The only time you're really going to realize the value of all those properties is if they traded by themselves. The search overhang, as we talked about, those catalysts, those negative catalysts are in the future, which is going to keep the stock down. To your point, it's trading at the lowest multiple of any of the mega caps. It's trading at a discount.
Short now at lower day. So Apex, 45% people are shorting on Apex on NQ. I mean, 3 minute looks like it's gonna drop more, to be honest. I do want to short it. We pump again. It looks like it's gonna drop. Nice. What's the next stop for NQ? 236 is the next target. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to long. Oh well. Eee, look at that drop. Nice, man. I need to work on this ETF. How long at 300? Wow, that bought. Yeah, that bought 860 points now. Yo, look at the squeeze. All the squeeze are done now on the bear side, what I was talking about earlier. Wow, it's gonna drop.
It would be somewhere in the valuation between OpenAI and Anthropic, maybe $200 billion. That's the way.
236 for me. Got the quick bounce. Wow. That drop. Now NQ is red. Yeah. Yeah, start trading some NQ on this trade day because I ain't got that much time left. 300 is trying to hold. There we go. Bet you Google is almost red. I hope Van didn't try to long. Got a lot of Apex too.
The opening close as the company says it's facing a DOJ investigation. We'll talk about that news, which is weighing on the Dow. This walk on the street continues after this.
Made his money, go back to sleep, huh? Yeah. Glad he's having fun. Pump it. Pump it. We're gonna lose 300 for sure later because 3 minutes now is curving down. So More drop is coming. I have a next stop at 236 and then 198. I want a long at 198 for sure.
The place to find a place. When you see what looks like a totally irrelevant restaurant moved up by
No, flat. I got on that long. I long at 300. I'll be back. Yeah, I had to go pee. I'll be back.
Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
313. Yes. Come on. Dump this Ponzi so I can long again. Let me put a long at 300 again. Oh no, 299. Give me 300. Come on. I'm going to fade this bot and go long.
Next year.
How you doing, Gambit?
Next year, I think I'd be surprised if Tesla's economics are not.
You're not stuck, are you, Gambit?
Elon Musk on the Tesla
Okay.
call last night, warning shareholders about a potential rough patch ahead. Shares getting hit this morning, down better than 8%. Let's bring in Canaccord Community's George Gianrico. Raises his target from 303.
Oops. Maybe no law. I didn't.
George,
Nice.
great to have you. You're right pretty plainly.
There we go. Yeah, I caught that little bounce. It's just so scary fading the bot.
Several quarters from Tesla. Yes, we agree they'll probably.
I'm just gonna get a quick couple points in and out. I'm not trying to hold long.
So when you look to Q3, Q4, these EV tax credits will come off, and by the end of the third quarter, we could see a rush in the third quarter for U.S. buyers. And then when you look to Q4, Q1, they have promised that
Oh yeah. Oh, I just saw that. No, it's still gonna go down. I'll short it if it goes up more.
Says, oh, the auto business is a small part of the valuation, but you seem to still care about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. It's the vast majority of their business. And look, we love robots, we love autonomy and robo-taxis, but those are the end of the decade sort of revenue drivers. And particularly in a robo-taxi, our concern is that the cost per mile that they articulated in the call is way too low. We did a lot of math around it, and we can't see them really breaking meaningfully below $1 per mile. And what that does is it limits their TAM in the United States to about 24 billion miles. For them to get to trillions of miles of a TAM in the U.S., they have to break to 25 cents. And we did a lot of math around it, Carl, and we just don't see it happening for a very, very long time.
Right. So why do you have a buy on the stock?
Well, because first and foremost, we see these comps, bottoming in the second quarter, and beyond that, if you look to 2028.
Ooh, what a pump, man! Damn. I had a long at 302 earlier.
And if you think about the chessboard over the next several years, you believe.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. Because the 3 minutes still looks like it's gonna drop. I want a short, but not yet.
If you listen to the call yesterday, we're a big believer. We need a lot more batteries on the grid. A lot more batteries, because what the big beautiful bill did was it created.
Yo, you want me to short? Okay, I'll put in 340, not short. I'm gonna blame you if I lose. This is my Take Profit Pro. Give me 340. I was short.
Robotics and robo-taxis is going to be a success over these next few
Dang
years.
it.
Because we're talking about, a
Yeah.
gap here of years potentially until they get to scale.
Yeah, I mean, look, from a robo-taxi perspective, they've been successful so far in Austin. And on the call yesterday, they said that they'd be able to meet about half the country's demand by the end of the year. We'll see if that's doable. Even if they get to something close to that, it's a remarkable feat from the company. So we see that as a tailwind over the next several years. And from a
I
robotics
think it might hit 340.
from the call yesterday, they mentioned that
Order filled.
banking when
Yeah.
visited their line. There's a huge potential there. They talk about
Order filled.
I'm out. I don't like it. I took a couple of dollars. I'm gonna wait till we go higher. I want 380 to short, but not 340.
It's a huge growth driver. So we'll have to wait for a ramp on robots, see how successful they'll be in robotaxi over the next several quarters. But those over time have the potential to be meaningful drivers to the story.
It might not hit. Yeah.
Politics or his relationship with the president. I'll save it for next
At
time.
340. Dang.
George Gianarikas. Still ahead this hour, we'll talk with the CEO of CSX about the latest earnings and some new headlines this morning about potential in the M&A space. Speaking of earnings, watch IBM getting hit hard today on the back of those results, and the software miss got some fresh color from the CEO. When Squawk on the Street continues.
Any stocks to buy that's cheap?
Welcome to the place where people go to learn about their Medicare options before
Dang, I should have kept my short. I should have listened to you. Fuck. That was a good short, too.
Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. This helps you take charge of your healthcare with lower out-of-pocket costs. Here's why. Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything.
Nice.
Your deductibles and copays could add up to hundreds, even thousands of dollars a year.
Everyone's a little surprised to learn that one.
Adding a Medicare supplement plan
Right.
helps some of what
350 now short. Come on. Give me 350. Let's see what bot's doing. Bot is still show more downside on a 3-minute. On a 15 minutes, still got more downside. So yeah. Yeah, don't overtrade.
Soon or over 65 and planning to retire.
Hey, it might hit 340. Nice. Nice. Nice short. Yeah, short heavy pump. Follow the damn bot.
Stock investors learning to use options could improve your return.
So bot was up 66 points.
Can show you
weekend. It was just a lot on measurable and being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com. Start streaming with its.com/plus.
Now.
Working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. We're about 30 minutes here into the hour. Here are three big movers we're watching. Las Vegas sands moving higher after top and bottom line being driven by what some are calling blowout results in Singapore, in particular, stock up 4%. Mattel feeling the tariff impact, cutting guidance after citing their Fisher Price business was
disproportionately affected by trade-related uncertainty. We know a lot of toys are made in China. And then West Pharma, the top gainer on the S&P right now. After
One more data in 5 minutes. Some gas data. Maybe the bottom's in. Who knows?
Associate Ghislaine Maxwell is expected to take place today. Just 2 days ago, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said he planned to meet with Maxwell to ask her what she knew about other people who sexually abused girls and young women connected to the late Epstein. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year sentence on sex trafficking charges. Russian officials say 48 people died when a Soviet-era passenger plane crashed into the country's far east today. According to authorities, the nearly 50-year-old plane went down as it was preparing to land. They say the crash killed everyone on board. And Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley is reportedly running for Senate in North Carolina. That's according to NBC News, which reports President Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, has decided not to run, meaning Whatley would have the full support of the White House. Republican Senator Tom Tillis unexpectedly announced last month he would not seek re-election in the state. David, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Savannah. After the break, we'll have the latest on the rails. The CEO of CSX is going to join us. We'll get his take on, obviously, earnings from that company. And importantly, this news that we got, that Union Pacific is looking to buy NSC and is having advanced discussions to do that. Plus, we're going to talk about United Health shares. They're lower this morning, adding to big losses on the year. Stay with us.
The global leader in alternatives today, Beijing is capturing the potential of tomorrow with over $320 billion in Beijing, the pursuit of
Small business owners. Top in the same range. Oh, it's going up. See, 3 minutes. Look at downside. Yeah, it's kind of risky to do anything right now.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically.
I just need $30 more, but I don't want to play. Here we dip. I'm gonna long.
gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Yeah.
This would happen. We got you. Disaster threatens to put production.
Opening range? It works. Sometimes it does, huh? Yeah, that's Doc. He does it sometimes. It's usually right at open. That's when people use it.
Opportunity to learn about a trade and what you want to do in life, and also about, you know, pushing yourself and being a better person and growing up and being.
Yeah, even Doc got crushed with that Trump shit the other day or yesterday.
TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. The quality you deserve, styles you crave, and prices you love. Max, what makes you, you.
In addition to today's
earnings release, we also just announced that Union Pacific.
Yeah, that's. I don't like the static though.
Talking seriously, that was Jim Benna kind of confirming things we reported a couple of weeks ago. At least at the time, I was talking a lot about chatter amongst a lot of different investors and bankers about the possibility of transcontinental consolidation, and that's what would be at stake here in terms of UNP potentially buying.
Yeah, I'm not doing that beast thing.
Structure of it, of course, he will play, whether it be put in a voting trust, how long it would take to be completed, whether they'll get to the finish line.
Seems like they've been doing beat the beast every day now. That's pretty cool.
Answered or addressed on the conference call around UNP's earnings. That was all we essentially got from but also raising.
Okay, that 340, it keeps failing.
To see consolidation amongst other rails, and that'll get us to our next guest at least. CSX, that share, those shares are in the green after that company did profit, top profit estimates, posted a slight miss on revenue. And CEO John Hendricks addressing M&A speculation on last night's earnings call. He said, quote, "We welcome all opportunities that would allow us to deliver value for our shareholders." He joins us now for an exclusive, and Morgan Brennan is here personally. Morgan.
Who?
Good morning.
Oh,
Thank you.
he gets shit free, so it doesn't matter.
See the rumors, and we had some more intelligence on the
Oh, now it's going up.
But I'll just say, listen, we're really proud of our position.
Let me see. 3 minutes. I'm gonna try to get a short on this one.
What a feel.
Yep, got out. Quick little in and out.
We're not going to talk about any speculation around any conversations. We're not going to comment on that. Just recognize that we're in a strong position, and we're really proud of our operating results in the second quarter, and that helps give us the opportunity to have any conversation about how we can advance the opportunity to serve our shareholders better.
Would a potential merger, the creation of a transcontinental that involves CSX, would that create value? What would that proposition look like?
Well, I think, a lot of the conversation's been around the opportunity to increase fluidity and ease of transition at the interchange points. There are lots of ways to go to work on that. We believe there are many different ways you can go to work on that. But let's be clear here, Morgan. The nature of
Might go long if we hit 26 or 27.
So, however how this plays out, we're going to be able to compete, and we'll be able to
3 minutes is almost towards the bottom. Come on, drop more. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna hit 280. Even the 15 minutes is near the bottom too. Any big tech DR today? Let's see. No, just Intel. I don't see anything else. Intel's not big. No, I think it's next week. Let me check preload Discord. You usually have those in there.
Whether it's customers, other parts of the ecosystem, we have with all of those different constituencies in the rail. We're probably the best customer relationships in the industry. We're probably the best relationship with the unions.
Right, he's got Intel for now, so maybe later.
There is a regulatory hurdle here to be met, and it will be interesting to see how, if and when that gets discussed, how that plays out.
Yeah, Joe, it's David Faber. I mean, again, on this same subject, if in fact you Pacific is successful in reaching a deal with
later, buddy,
and they get approvals, doesn't that represent a potential competitive threat to CSX if you remain independent?
Sam, it helps us doing that, though. You know what I mean? We ain't blown anything lately. We, as in me.
Forces opportunity to you to adapt and change.
Yeah.
For 30 years, and we compete every day with the best companies in the world, and that competition drives innovation and drives new solutions. So
next month, no eval. He'll only work on my funded. Unless it's a good sell. Yeah, like this trade day shit, it's taking me almost 30 days. I haven't passed yet because I'm not focused. So I need to either blow it or just pass within by next week. Yeah. So then I just focus on all funding until I blow every single funding. Yeah. 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 Most of my funding I've been trading after hours is doing really good. Hope I can request 3,000 payout on Apex tonight. If not, it'll be next paycheck. Next payout. Yeah. You want one? The one I got was expert. Now it's just called a pro. But just wait until they set up my code because it's buy 3 get 1 free. Yeah, it's no rush or anything. We're pumping now. Yeah, we missed it, but let me see 3 minutes. Oh, let me try a quick short so I can scalp a little bit of it. Come on. Try and get this to pay out. Oh, don't fuck me. Shit. I wanted a long, but I needed a more dip. Damn it. Now it's taking off and I'm short.
Well, as we said last quarter, we're up to 600 individual projects being worked on in our network.
That hurt on the short.
I think the bonus depreciation is going to help enable that.
My pro. Ouch. Yeah. Our average down when hit 400. Yeah, it looks like 3 minutes trying to curve up.
The news of the day in railroading and this idea of a transcontinental railroad. We haven't seen meaningful, with the exception of Kansas City and Canadian Pacific a couple of years ago, we haven't seen meaningful consolidation in this industry in 20 years.
No, I mean, there's been an expectation in many ways that would be
It's too choppy. Way too choppy.
Do you think if in fact you were to see this deal, UNP and NSC occur, that it would represent a competitive threat to the likes of CSX, or that they would have to respond by doing a deal of their own?
Yes, I think that is sort of the common take from the industry and from Wall Street right now, which is why you've seen these stocks, both both CSX and Norfolk Southern, each rally about 10% over the past month on all of this M&A speculation. And maybe it goes from there, because you obviously have the Canadian players, and then you do have Kansas City or CPKC as well in the mix. So you could end up seeing a lot of consolidation or partnerships play out here, but all of it's going to take years. Of course, as he just mentioned, you have a lot of stakeholders involved, not just regulators, but also the unions and the shippers all will have say in this. How exciting! The new railroads to be so exciting. Thank you, Morgan. M&A expert here, Morgan Brennan. Coming up, IBM CEO on the quarter, enterprise demand, and what he says could save the company more than $4 billion in the year ahead. Plus, we continue to watch the meme names. They're growing by the day. Open Door, Kohl's, Krispy Kreme, GoPro. Another volatile session. They're all up. We'll be right back.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options, now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation. For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Oh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance to meet this. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com. We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation.
Yeah, I should have got out. Took a small L instead, but oh. Go down, take it down.
Influence the chair ultimately has. What the Fed needs is less groupthink.
You get something in your email box or something. I just thought about it.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second poll.
That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+. So many traders and investors are looking towards this earnings season to set the market tone for the balance of the year and beyond. One
Come on,
expert thinks
drop
we're
it, baby.
seeing, with the resurgence of meme stocks alongside corporate
See this bot going long yet?
that this could settle the debate.
I'm out. Break even. Watch it dip now. Yeah, bot's not going long.
Opportunities don't stop when the market ends.
I'm waiting for 400.
Schwab gives you round to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. From trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students to custom here. Love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Me and you. Yeah, I'm fine. There's nothing. I want to force a trade. I still need $30. It's still money. 145 to get that eval. It's gonna be hard today. It's just can't really do anything. I really dip. I want a long. Yeah, I had it long at 300 still. I don't think we're gonna go down to 300 again, but we'll see. You're actually using ChatGPT to trade now?
Will people dislike American companies because we put in place tariffs? But ultimately, he says we need American tech because what is the counter there? And also pointed to the growing book of business on AI, which has now grown to $7.5 billion. They continue to put a number around that. It was $6 billion last quarter. He said they're also it's demand from clients, but they're also.
So what I don't get is, what everybody have a bot that can make money because AI is so good now? How would the stock people make money? Because they make money from people losing, you know what I mean? In real life, like not prop firm, but actual stock. Because if AI knows how to trade for you, then they will lose money. Yeah. And she's bot gonna go long on that. No, bot's not going long.
Because IBM
I think Trump's supposed to meet with the feds today. I heard about that. I don't know what time though. That should be huge.
took 10 years or so to turn into Gen AI. He said this cycle will be faster, about 5 years into quantum, and they have a whole lineup of companies, including financial services companies like an HSBC, that are in line to use it first.
Yeah, well, we talked with Jim about he's definitely warmed up to quantum, as Jensen Huang has sort of compressed that timeline. He's got an eye on Q tonight. And that'll raise a whole host of other questions about Bitcoin encryption and other things, other interesting problems that it might be able to solve.
Right. It's like what will it do and when will it happen? I think are still the two biggest questions, but IBM is positioning itself here on the leader when it comes to the technology. I think along with the likes of Google, Alphabet, right, which is working on quantum computing.
Don't forget about the Chinese. Yeah. We are in a race with them as well when it comes to AI, but also quantum. In fact, where they may be ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm still on YouTube. Not doing anything, just boring. Okay, so it's gonna hit 60. I'm gonna try to short again and get some money. It's at 60. I'm forcing a trade for real. Yeah, I'm in at 60. Just forcing stupid trade. I know I shouldn't do it. Yeah, at 60, 360. I got out. So now I need $20 more. Yeah, trade out. I was hoping maybe 250 or something, but nope. Need a boot. No, I'm gonna move it's 370. When it bought short a long time ago at 366, so I want a better position than bought. If we hit. I'm not. Someone else is gonna do it. I just can't do it. That's annoying though. It doesn't listen. Little Debbie Downer.
When I started holding down fancy greenness into a classy looking logo.
I'm gonna laugh. We hit 400 again and about go long at high day. Oh, it's trying to bounce too.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
So we're gonna take more trade after hours than New York. Stupid. No, last night was actually pretty good. Yeah. Even at the beginning on open, it was pretty good too. I'm gonna cancel my shit if I go poop. Oh no, keep going. Yeah, ES is going up, but NQ is still lagging.
You know what's not a good joke when you have to explain it?
Oh shit. I'm short again.
Order submitted.
Nope, I'm short at 65. Yeah. I was gonna cancel this and go poop, but now I'm just sit and wait.
So my first reaction is that, first of all, the consequences could be significant for United. If it's found to have violated the law, criminal law, it could be barred from Medicare, which is a huge portion of its business. The second piece that comes to mind here is the scrutiny that Medicare Advantage has received. According to MedPAC, which is a legislative agency, independent, nonpartisan, Medicare Advantage is significantly more expensive.
Okay, I'll be back. I gotta go poop.
These allegations are that is due to billing practices. And so at a time when there's a lot of focus on government spending, waste, and deficits, this is an issue that could be quite significant to making a dent.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the specifics, right, of what the government is looking into here and where the scrutiny lies. But I would imagine it's not new for health insurers to be looked into for, upcoding or overcharging, that sort of thing that you're describing.
Correct. So the billing practices is usually relates to a practice called upcoding, which you just mentioned, Sarah. And upcoding is when you essentially make people look sicker than they are in order to charge taxpayers more in terms of caring for those individuals, but not necessarily passing through all of that care. The reason I think it's particularly significant to United is United is vertically integrated. And so whereas traditionally insurance companies would be on one side and providers, doctors, and others would be on the other, United owns both providers and payers. They are the insurance company and the doctor. And so they're effectively billing themselves and then paying themselves through transfer pricing.
So what's the process from here? What happens next? It's gone from bad to worse for UNH this year, and this is just the latest.
Yeah, so these investigations can be sprawling. They can cover a lot of different areas. I don't believe the disclosure indicated what the nature of the investigation was, but there's significant investigators in the healthcare task force, fraud task force, there's antitrust, there are a whole range of potential areas of investigations. And these subpoenas, criminal and civil, are quite invasive and they take a long time to resolve.
You said consequences could be significant. As much as getting kicked off Medicare Advantage? Is that the worst case scenario?
So technically, if they are, technically if they are found to have violated the law criminally, they have to be kicked out off Medicare Advantage. And so there's some questions about whether they can strike deals or do other things to have a less invasive penalty. But as a technical legal matter here, the outside consequences could be extraordinary.
Jonathan, I know as your time as an antitrust regulator, I don't think you had any rail deals to deal with, and obviously the Surface Transportation Board typically takes the lead. But I am curious to get your reaction, simply as an antitrust enforcer or a former one, to this possibility now, real possibility of transcontinental rail mergers, and what investors perhaps should be thinking about when it comes to that possibility.
Yeah, it's bold. So the DOJ does play a role. They provide input to the Surface Transportation Board. We did that on a number of deals during my tenure. This would be significant. I think it kind of breaks the brain for an antitrust enforcer because I don't think we ever thought we'd see a deal of this magnitude. We learned during the pandemic that if there is concentration in shipping, in transportation, that a time of a supply shock or demand shock for that matter, if shipping prices go up, the price of everything being shipped goes up. So I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny here, not to even setting aside the labor and other concerns.
Although in this administration, much of it does seem to come back to what the president wants, as opposed to sort of the process, perhaps, that we've seen previously?
Well, that's
boring. That.
As I mentioned, we learned again during COVID that we are lax with making sure that we have vibrant supply chains and transportation, that we suffer the consequences when we need it most. That happened with
Okay, let me try to short again at 68. Looks like it's fading out. Where's Van?
Massive fuel surcharges and overpricing and shipping during the pandemic, causing or
contributing to an inflationary environment. I think if they are too lax with transportation mergers now, people are going to look back and, during the next crisis, which will inevitably occur, and history will not be kind to an administration that allows for unnecessary and undue concentration.
Interesting. If in fact, though, that leash does get a little bit longer, could you imagine if you game it out, a more deregulatory environment for other, at least areas of transportation, airlines, for example?
Well, this is kind of what happens, right? It's rare to have a big merger like this on its own. There's always a run, whether it's in oil or transportation or other areas. And so when you see your competitor get
We're at the top yet?
you
Nope.
start throwing in as well.
So 15 minutes, still showing downside. 15 minutes right now. 3 minutes still got upside, so I'm gonna wait. Oh, I do want to short a little bit at 67, 68.
Or the next round of mergers. And I think we have to decide as a country, like, do we want these order
filled.
More concentrated. Now, rail has a fascinating history.
Order
The
submitted.
laws were built on oil and rail mergers. And so here we are, kind of going right back to the olden days of Standard Oil.
We appreciate you being here to talk about the two hot stories, both in rails and United Healthcare. The investigation on it.
When we come back this morning, CEO of Lazard's with us talking some earnings, the current macro, and this big rebound in deal activity that has obviously boosted their advisory revenue. That's when Money Movers begins in a few moments.
So you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types.
Let's begin.
Damn, my short sucks. What are you short at? Dang, I short at 68. Ooh. Nah, he's hope it dips. Now looking good for us.
That's why at the Farmer's Dog, you put your dog at the center of everything you do. The food that's freshly made to human safety standards. Personalized portions. It's packed with all the nutrients dogs need and delivered right to you. We just want to make it easier to take care of everybody's body.
Smarter threats need even smarter protection.
Damn.
CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity. What's now?
Yeah.
What's next?
I'll average down. If I have to, we get like all-time high. I'll average down.
Confidence and efficiency. Protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. Stop breaches.
Your company started in the kitchen.
Plus?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in farm.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. See this? Insights that impact.
Nice.
Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why
Order
you
canceled.
Let me just get up right here if I
Order
can.
submitted.
Because travel is the competition. Except that it's
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event. Real world insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
I think bot went long. Yep, bot went long just now. I need to get out. Let it drop a little more. I'll go long later. Wait till we get a little pullback. Yeah.
also been joined exclusively by the CEO.
Yeah, it looks like long might be good later because even at 15 minutes trying to curve up. Oh my god, I didn't even get out. Fuck.
Communication services is your best performing sector. Thank you,
Yeah.
which is such a big.
Just get me out so I can swap over and go long.
Financials, industrials, healthcare, technology, all better. We got jobless claims for the best since April. Fewest since April, 217,000. That was
It sucks going long when near all-time high, but it's still run up. Yeah.
Spending forecast to $85 billion. One of the highlights of the quarter. Mackenzie Sagalas has more on Wall Street's reaction. Mackenzie, good morning. Hey, good morning. Analysts liked the print, Sarah. Impressed that Alphabet is still growing search and ads even as it pours money into AI. Now, as you mentioned, the company raised full-year capex guidance by $10 billion. Quarterly investment came in nearly 20% above estimates. And Alphabet says that it's going even higher next year. KeyBank is already floating a $100 billion estimate for 2026. And it's all
Alright, we get all-time high. I don't care the bot's long. I'm gonna short if we get all-time high.
AWS and Meta, which says that it's building the largest compute fleet of any company. But the spend by Alphabet is backed by real demand. The cloud backlog hit
Cancel all this long up lower day. I don't think it's gonna hit. Pick the lows in.
from a position of strength, scaling compute faster than rivals, thanks to its custom in-house
Order
chips.
canceled.
So yes, free cash flow fell to $5 billion, but Bernstein called the move fashionably
Order
late and
canceled.
local. And now this raises the bar for Microsoft and Amazon heading into earnings next week. Microsoft's fiscal year just wrapped up at the end of June, so we'll be looking to see if they revise up from their $80 billion capex spend commitment. Guys?
Yeah, well, that'll be interesting to see if the race can accelerate even from these lofty levels. I was taken by the title of this report out of Roth about Alphabet. Big G, as they call them, wants its AI crown back. And that's such a marked turn from the discussions we were having about existential risk a couple of months ago.
It absolutely is. While Amazon is still the cloud leader, that dominance is being challenged. You have analysts noting that as enterprise AI demand grows, spend is increasingly shifting toward rivals like Google, a trend that could definitely reshape that hyperscaler landscape. And Alphabet really did deliver a standout quarter for cloud. Revenue jumped 32%. That was well above expectations and accelerating from 28% growth last quarter. Analysts see it as a major validation of Google's AI infrastructure push.
Give me 360. I'll agree long at 360. But 3 minutes. No, 3 minutes still got more upside. I just want a little pullback so I can go long, get out my shorts. Yeah. If not, I'll just average down on the short and just hope it dumps later.
We'll see if the others, Amazon and Microsoft and big spenders, Meta committed $70 billion for the year. It's pretty incredible.
ServiceNow, SAP, it's been a busy week. The other big mover this morning on earnings, of course, is Tesla, falling after Elon Musk said the company, quote, probably could have a few rough quarters. Phil LeBeau has more on that.
Hey, Carl, this was one of those earnings reports where you might look at it as an investor and say it's a leap of faith. Do I buy into Elon's vision, or do I look at the reality of what the current results are? Because when you look at the second quarter, there's not much to like here. They missed on the top and the bottom line. Second straight quarter that has happened. Free cash flow down 89%. 89% year over year, with automotive revenue down 16.2%. All of this brought up the question to Elon Musk. Is it the fundamentals now that people should focus on, or the autonomous future they should focus on? Here's what he had to say.
Does that mean, like, we could have a few rough quarters? Yeah, we probably could have a few rough quarters. I'm not saying we will, but we could. Q4, Q1, maybe Q2, but once you get to autonomy at scale in the second half of next year, certainly by the end of next year, I think I'd be surprised if Tesla's economics are not very compelling.
All right, analysts today are split on their take from the call last night. Chris Pierce from Needham wrote, rideshare as a catalyst looks promising, but it's early, reiterate a hole. And then you've got Dan Levy at Barclays saying the gulf between narrative and fundamentals further widens, and UBS goes back there saying fundamentals versus the vision.
I'm not short on my trade day. I haven't touched that yet, so maybe short at 88. One NQ. Let's go.
Robotaxi service at some point in San Francisco. There will be a safety monitor behind the wheel at first, just to ensure that things are going well with the robotaxi. But eventually they plan to grow. And the bottom line is this, guys. In terms of Elon Musk saying the future is bright, there were more than a few times that he made some prognostications in there that had a few people scratching their head. And one of them being more than half the population of the U.S. will have, could have, access to autonomous rideshare.
Order
filled.
Order
I've
submitted.
not seen a single analyst who has said, yeah, I buy into that. I think that that's possible.
I mean, that's not new from Elon, right? I guess the question now is
Order filled.
how long are investors willing to give it? What does the timeline really look like?
And Sarah, when do you start to see metrics that you can say, okay, I see the growth here? So far, we haven't seen that. What we've seen is the promise, and that's been enough for a lot of investors. The question becomes, when do you see metrics that will tell you, yes, this is going to work?
Phil, busy morning for you. Appreciate it. Our Phil LeBeau watching Tesla today. Let's turn to the broader market this morning. S&P NASDAQ did set some records once again today. Let's bring in MetLife Investment Management Chief Market Strategist Drew Mattis. Drew, it's good to have you. I've been struck by, everyone's talking about better risk appetite and better capital markets activity. You kind of remain in a harder landing camp, don't you?
We do. We're expecting more of a slowdown as you go into the second half of the year. I know the claims data look fine, but the continuing claims data continue to disappoint. I'd also point out, there's some interesting things going on in kind of earnings and how the market's responding to earnings. And a good friend doing it he put out a really good piece today, really highlighted it for me, which is, firms are getting rewarded if they're able to manage their costs and beat them on sales. But they're really getting hit hard if they are not growing their sales and unable to manage their expenses. And when you get that kind of spread between those two numbers, it suggests to me that firms are going to really have to begin to think about their expense management practices. And that bodes well or ill for the labor market going forward.
Right. Julian's other point, though, and Evercore's been writing about this all week, is sort of the fiscal push for both households and businesses that will really begin in Q1. And we do know that earnings estimates for the back half are getting better, not worse. Am I wrong?
Yes, there's a level of optimism out there.
What's up, buddy? You green? I'm all green too, but I'm stuck on a short on my TPT Pro. I'm trying to get out. Yeah, I only have one MQ, so it's not a big L. Just I want to get out. I'm close to payout on that one too. 68. It might hit. What about your top step? Oh, at least it's green, so that's good. That's good. Top step too, right? Awesome. Stop buying. Okay, so top step is $49, right, for the eval, and then $150, right, for the activation. So that's $200, right? And then you have to pass the eval. But if you get the tick straight to funded 50K, it's $157 only. No eval, it's just straight to funded. And they have Project X. Yes, I told you so many times about it on. Hold on, let me show you the Twitter post. I'll show you the link, actually the image. Look at that, 157. But on a bad thing, you need 250. How much you need on Top Step per day? It's 250, right? Oh, 200. So on this one, you need 250 a day to get 1 point, and then when you get 10 points, you can cash out. Make 250 days, and you get 1 point, and then when you get 10 points, you can withdraw. No, you still get 1 point, but there's no consistency. You can make whatever you want, but you need to get over 250 to get the 1 point. Yeah. It's not bad, man. It's cheap. You don't have to touch evals. It's actually a hot seller now after that post I made. Yeah. Because everybody's actually commenting on it too. And then I check my thing. Oh, it's getting a lot of sales, and then TikTok's actually pretty happy about it. So more freebies, more freebie next month. But I actually like it though. It's cheap for what it is. You know what I mean? The payout's not huge because you only get 1,200, and then 40% goes to a live wallet. So when you get enough in the wallet, you can go straight to live. I want to dip so I can go long. Yeah, I want to go long at 60, but I gotta get out is fucking short.
So, I think if you're thinking about your entire portfolio, you do want to make sure that you're able to quickly.
When do you actually expect this to start showing up in the data? I know you're citing certain surveys and things, but if you look at the most of the hard data from jobless claims, unemployment rate, to GDP.
Kind of in the longer camp, and maybe with a little lag. So we're looking for first rate cut to come in September. And we're looking for the Fed fall about December. So that'll give them an opportunity to kind of adjust their forecast, make the rate change, and prep the economy for kind of an improved Q4 with pickup towards the holiday shopping season.
Well, I guess I meant just when do you expect weakness in the economy to manifest itself? You're worried about the job market.
I think you're going to see it over the next few months. I mean, I don't think the labor market's been that great. I think if you look at private sector job growth, that's been very weak. And I think,
He's green.
If you just kind of look at kind of the stability of jobs and where they're coming from, they're coming from other sectors. And I think that's something we also have to bear in mind. We're in line with Weller's view that immigration is probably not affecting.
FMOC next week, so I think the market just waiting.
Yeah, this week, the labor market approaching 7th week. But for the time being, market's kind of looking past VIX is below 15 today. Drew, it's good to talk to you.
Oh man, my short is eating ass. We're at the top. No, we're near the top of the 3 minutes. We'll see. No, I want to average down because we're near high day, so I don't want to go long. It's not high day, but all-time high, so I want to short more later. So whatever. If I don't get the payout, I don't get the payout. Still got my Apex. Not touching that one.
Slip-ins, you like this. The Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins. Is it how you're hoping to retire?
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement.
My short's coming in, 92.
Being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you.
I did pretty good at 20 points on that long.
With the help you need to make your retirement success, including the investor's guide to a comfortable retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid
Maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track.
Order filled.
You want. And as a fiduciary, we do better.
Order submitted.
Clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
This weekend's been slow, huh?
Keep him from enjoying retirement. But Dexcom G7 has made it easy for Dean to
68. No, I didn't yet. I have one at high of day 422. I was playing another account. I'm trying to finish all my evals, so next month I won't buy any. No, I can't. Just can't do it. I need to get more payouts.
Has the answer to almost all of them.
Why do we even buy now?
You can't decide. Do I need to appreciate all the moment? Go, wait. Let's do this. Murphy's doing it on what cycle and what temperature, how it works. So I can focus on all the other issues. Does that have eyebrows?
For all of life's laundry questions, it's got to be Tide.
Take your taste buds on an unbelievable adventure where fun has no bounds and every bite is a thrill ride. Discover a world where snack time unlocks imagination. Garden veggie snacks, unbelievably delicious.
Yeah, I need to make a cool graphics for Tradeify. I have my MyFunda giveaways that I gave out to already, but I'm waiting for them to credit those winners the account before I can do more, you know what I mean? Because it's gonna suck if I give out like, what, 9 of them, and none of them get the credits, and then I say, oh, sorry guys, you know? So I'm just waiting.
So talk about that 20% growth in financial advisory and where that came from.
Look, it's really exciting to see the results of the work that we've been putting in, the hiring that we've been doing. We have a nicely diversified advisory
Yeah.
now. So a lot of that growth came actually outside of M&A, and a lot of it also came from Europe, which were two areas of strength. But in back half of the year may be different. We're seeing, in terms of dialogue, a lot of pickup in U.S. M&A.
I was going to say, do you have confidence that the lift in the business sustains?
Yeah, I think that the environment looks increasingly constructive. As long as the tariffs land in a reasonable way, we could still be in for a surprise if that's not the case. But barring, as long as it's kind of roughly in line with what's expected, let's call it 10 to 15% range for most of our counterparties.
Good. Get me out of here.
We've got to move forward despite heightened uncertainty around that operating environment, and underlying drivers of activity are still there. I'd also say the regulatory environment is probably better, and that's what we had been expecting. We've seen deal closure times come in, drop significantly, and we expect that to continue.
So deal-making rebound coming in the United States in the second half of the year. That's the prediction?
Yeah. Well, as of right now, that's the way it looks based on the dialogues that we're having and the kind of sentiment inside boardrooms and C-suites.
What about Europe? What kind of activity are you? I know you've been bullish. You've wanted to talk about it for a while, and it looked like that was clearly a factor here. What sort of differences in activity are you seeing in the U.S. and Europe, specifically around reaction to tariffs?
We had a record first half in France. We had a record first half in Germany.
Oh, I forgot about that London closing.
I'd say in response to the tariffs, the Europe-U.S. channel is not all that active right now. This is mostly Europe or Europe elsewhere in the world. And there's also a lot of non-M&A, capital raising, restructuring, liability management, some of the other advisory services that we do. But what I would say is I think European corporates are a bit more confident. They have a bit more optimism about the future. It's going to have to be backed up by macroeconomic policy shifts that may or may not be coming, but it looks promising in terms of more fiscal expansion, more spending on defense, all of which can help spur additional activity in Europe.
Well, let's turn positive in the asset management business. I mentioned, I wonder what your aspirations are for this business. Is this an inflection point?
We had said at the beginning of the year that we were aiming to make 2025.
3 minutes is near the top again. Nope, we still got a little more room.
I also said that we were hoping to sort of a stretch goal of flat flows for the year. It's great to see the progress that we're making. Record gross inflows in the first half of the year, net flows that are positive in the second quarter, and this reflects a lot of work under the surface, so kicking under the water that I think now people are beginning to see, and we're confident that we're on a different path in this asset management business at Lazard. That would only be reinforced if investor sentiment continues to shift away from U.S. equities towards a more globally diversified portfolio. The results to date don't really reflect that investor sentiment shift, but we believe that's also happening, and that would be more wind at our back in that part of the business.
Are you talking about the questions about the U.S. exceptionalism trade and whether you're starting to see that online?
Yeah, I think that basically there's been a lot of investor crowding, not only into U.S. equities, but into the hyperscalers in particular. And a lot of investors are now wondering whether there are other opportunities.
Damn, it's still going up.
More attractive. Even before the changes in tariffs, the valuation differentials between emerging market equities and U.S. equities had grown to quite substantial levels. The growth differentials, emerging markets always growing more rapidly, but those growth differentials have been more pronounced also. A variety of indicators suggesting it might have been time to shift, and I think then what's been happening with regard to U.S. policy may be contributing further to see that investor sentiment shift. But regardless, we're definitely seeing that occur. There is a lot of interest in emerging market equity products and strategies, Japanese equities, global equities overall, from investors across the globe.
Yeah, I was struck, Peter, this morning. HSBC has this report. The euro emerging as the top safe haven after gold, reflecting the euro's growing role as a resilient safe haven asset in volatile markets. I mean, is that view is that extreme?
Look, what I have been concerned about, and what I think is likely to occur, is that the role of the dollar as the safe haven or reserve currency for the globe, it has been declining gradually over time. So let's not pretend that this is brand new. It's just been very gradual. I think that it's not going to fall apart overnight, but that rate of decline is probably going to steepen. In other words, the decline will accelerate. Not in a kind of all-at-once kind of thing, but over time. So it's not just the report that you're...
Should I average down? Been stuck for a long time. Let me do 420. If we hit 420.
We're going to be made on digital payments going forward, because there's a race to define the digital payment stack for the future, just like the U.S. owned infrastructure of the existing payment system, and that's a really, really important race to win for the United States.
That's another interesting debate today. There are a couple nice reports about stable coins and to what degree it drives a push to the short end, short issuance, which some argue carries a lot of risks, and some reminders today of what happens when you depeg and some of the pain we felt in stablecoin during SVB. I guess it's a new world, and we're going to have to tread carefully.
It's a new world, and stablecoins will likely play a role in the demand for treasuries because of the way that they need to back up their promises to their customers. And there is empirical evidence.
You think it's going to pump in 5 minutes?
It's from the administration, and whether they can get back to 3%.
I just want to get out.
We're now starting to see what some of these trade deals look like. They're bringing in tariff revenue, and the market is applauding it because they're better than expected. scenario. Brings in investment in the U.S. We're getting the deregulation. We got the big, beautiful bill. Do you add it all up and see?
Order filled.
Oh shoot, I'm short on my trade, eh?
United States, but not for any of the reasons that you just suggested. Higher growth in the U.S. is going to be driven by the remarkable advances in AI and that basically what's coming out of the tech sector.
Order filled.
Nice.
A revolution in the U.S. economy. So that may well drive growth higher. I don't think that there's no evidence so far that the changes in tariffs or the proposed changes in tariffs are driving a significant increase in inward investment into the United States. To the extent that happens, I think it'll be pretty modest. And all the other various changes that you mentioned are probably, they may even be a slight negative on economic growth, but they're not a substantial positive. I am optimistic about the outlook for the U.S. economy, not only because the economy has held up pretty well so far, as we were just discussing in the previous segment, but more importantly because I think we're on the edge of a revolution in technology that could yield very substantial productivity gains.
Without job loss?
Well, the job consequence part of that is going to be super complicated because it is easy, I'm a PhD economist, it's easy to say technological innovation always leads to a reallocation of jobs. We have never seen a technology that could be adopted this quickly with as far-reaching impact as the AI revolution may have. We just don't know yet, but I am optimistic just seeing the pace of innovation, that the tools are advancing really rapidly, and it will certainly affect our business at Lazard, I think, in quite a constructive way. We'll be able to serve our clients even better, and we'll be able to make the experience for our junior bankers and investment professionals.
3 minutes, buddy. 3 minutes. Yo, is all you trading is Bonucks and Top Step? Wow. You don't like Tradeify no more? Okay. That's true.
These pyrotechnics or this drama. I think
Come on, drop it, baby.
Prematurely, I think given that the administration is not going to go through trying to fire him because it would be counterproductive and negative for the market. I think the thing to watch is who the next Fed chair is. The evidence is overwhelming that independent central banks produce better outcomes, better lower inflation, and lower unemployment. The reason that is the case is it's always tempting if you're the president or you're the executive branch to want to juice the economy in the short run, but the market knows that, and so it builds in an extra inflation premium given a non-independent central bank.
Is Dakota still short?
We'll be watching for who the next Fed chair is and how that person will behave. And I expect that while there will be interesting news, and perhaps the president has some suggestions about how to make the Fed building construction costs come down a bit, that it's not, that nothing material.
I want 3 minutes to curve down. See, 15 minutes hasn't curved up yet. Drop it so I can get out.
Major Chinese supplier of batteries for EV makers, including Tesla. We'll bring you some exclusive comments from the chairman of the committee behind those subpoenas when we come back.
Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way. We made coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry. And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at custommake.com.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new QNL Brain Health.
I got a lot of Chipotle money this week. I got two from Van and one from Crackhead.
Here's what I paid for.
Yeah.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. No package required.
University of
Come on, let me get out.
It's a tool for real life. One that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, in life, and job experience. Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition. And why we have online classes and a support
What?
from your first day
I didn't know about that.
and beyond.
No application fee.
I didn't know that.
UMGC.edu.
Story time for Sarah. It means everything to them. Make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for
Dude, you had a pharmacist and you fucked it up, man. You fucked it up.
infusion center. She gets her treatment
Go for it. No, don't go for one. Go for a doctor, dude. A doctor or a dentist. Dentists make a lot of money. No, 100K is not enough. Not with this inflation. You need 200K. Well, you're going to think about it, you're making 500 a day. How many days in a year? 360? Yeah, but keep doing it. Let's say 300 days because of the weekends. That's 150,000, dude. You're doing good. What do you mean? It's why is it low? Why is the volume low or high? Yeah, the stream is on, but they can't hear the Discord. Not you guys. Yeah. I think the code is gonna win. It's dropping. Yeah. It drops so I can get out. I need $20 to get a payout on TPT. Yes. Should I cut it? Should I cut it? Nah, fuck it. I've been holding for 2 hours. I'm gonna hold longer. Piece of shit. 68. Yeah, I gotta check Chipotle app. See if we get any free, anything free from Chipotle. It's starving. I don't have enough points for a free entree. Yeah, I can. I got free chips. Maybe I can use that. I do, but I'm craving Chipotle. Oh man, I want some banh mi right now. There's no good banh mi here. Yeah. I think Cali has all the good banh mi. Yeah, good everything. Oh shit, he blew all the ETF. I don't think it's blown. What did the book map say? Yep. Okay. So Dakota short's gonna be good because the 3-minute oscillator looks like it's gonna drop more. It's trying to curve down. Yeah. Let's just wait.
The worst is over there. Keep an eye on it. As Sarah said, it's not the first time it's responded.
It's just not going anywhere.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announced a reorganization today that will relocate thousands of staff members out of Washington, D.C. She says they will be sent to 5 hubs: Raleigh, North Carolina, Kansas City, Missouri, Indianapolis, Fort Collins, Colorado.
Dump this Ponzi.
The USDA says this change is another step in the department's effort to reduce its federal workforce, with more than 15,000 workers already agreed to a deferred compensation. A former chief of staff for President Biden is the latest ex-White House official to face questioning in a House Republican probe into Biden's age and alleged cognitive decline. Ron Klain is the 6th to be called to testify before the House Oversight Committee. The previous Biden associates all invoked Fifth Amendment privilege. And a new CDC data shows the fertility rate in the U.S. dropped to an all-time low last year at less than 1.6 kids per woman. The measure has been sliding in America for close to 2 decades, as more women are waiting longer to have children or just never taking a step at all. Sarah, send it back to you.
All right, that is problematic. Thank you, Solana. After the break, the CEO of Freeport McMoran will join us on the latest quarter, the outlook for copper, gold prices just hitting an all-time high. Money Movers will be right back.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
It's gonna dip more. Let's wait to like 320, 300. What about Chat GPT said 300, right?
Financial advisor, my promise to you is simple. As a fiduciary, I promise to
You
put
plus Chipotle during the summer. Get 1 million free Chipotle activate. I'm gonna ask Sarah see if we can get some Chipotle. Oh, you owe me Chipotle, ho. Telling people don't send me Chipotle because I'm a millionaire. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Big E hasn't added me yet. Does he need help with something? Oh shit, I'm about to get out. Come on. I'm about to cut it, but I think it's gonna drop.
until January of 2027.
Yeah, $8, but yeah, I think it's gonna drop, so I don't want to get out.
And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose renewal by Anderson?
Yeah, Chipotle sounds good today.
We use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrix. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl.
The fuck you laughing at?
Extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs.
I don't eat till like 5.
Doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until
That should
January
have got out.
2027. Get now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15.
Every day I'm back. Well, actually, yesterday I didn't back home at all. I was doing good.
Book a free window and door inspection with us, and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
338. How many contracts is he in?
People are entitled to their opinions. What do you girls think?
Oh, minis. Okay, I'll trust him. I'm not gonna fade Dakota. Oh, eval.
It's 2 for 25. Hit one appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken parmesan fettuccine.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for 25.
I have Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing. That is important. I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Despite a 7% drop in copper production from last year, Freeport-McMoRan reporting a quarterly beat on both top and bottom lines yesterday. Freeport produces around 70% of total refined copper in the United States and expects to bring in an additional $1.7 billion per year due to tariff-fueled rising copper prices. Joining us exclusively here on CNBC is Freeport-McMoRan CEO Kathleen York. It's good to have you back there. Nice to see you. Tariff increase on copper.
Well, the copper market is very strong in terms of demand drivers. You've been pointing this out on your show with all of the investments that are being made in technology and AI infrastructure and requiring more and more energy infrastructure. This all requires more copper, and copper is becoming more intensive uses in the global economy. So at Freeport, we're really well positioned to benefit from rising demand for copper.
Do you see it directly tied to the build-out of AI infrastructure? Do you see copper?
Well, that's a big part. That's a big part of the rising growth in demand. It really gets to the energy infrastructure and the need for more power generation. Everything is becoming more electrified, and there's a greater demand for energy and electrification, and that all requires a lot of copper. You know, as you probably know, the copper is the best property when it comes to connectivity. Its thermal properties are very strong, and its conductivity is very strong as well. And so it's needed in
it's chop time now.
economy than it ever has been.
Discussion after the Brazil tariff about sort of U.S. smelter capacity, Kathleen, and a discussion of how quickly we could
Go
ramp
on.
some of that
I
up.
dare you.
Would that be a multi-year story?
What's interesting,
I don't know, because the 15-minute is just flatlining. It's not really going up.
Production actually is produced through a
Good
leaching
luck.
process. So we at Freeport have technology not only to produce copper through a smelter, but also to produce copper through a leaching process.
You're gonna fade Dakota? He's actually pretty good. I like him. He's a good trader for Top Step. He made like $500,000 on Top Step Live. He's good. Nice kid. I don't know why a lot of people hate him, but I don't. I think he's cool. Yeah.
Within Freeport to produce refined copper in the
Yeah.
U.S.
So how is this tariff going to work? What are the implications for your business and for the market?
Well, we'll see. We'll see that, you know, as you know, that the administration announced a 50% copper tariff following the 232 investigation. We expect that the details of the implementation of that tariff will be out in the near term. They're saying before August 1st. And so the market is awaiting exactly
Bye, fatty.
how it will be implemented. But right now, the market is pricing in the U.S. market, the U.S. exchange, what we call COMEX exchange, is pricing in about a 28% premium of copper prices in the U.S. compared with the international benchmark.
I think he would.
So today, that's $1.30 per pound, and that directly benefits Freeport because the copper.
What does he trade now? Like, By himself or in some groups? You think he's paying for some Discord?
To be, I guess, less dependent on foreign imports of copper because, as you just outlined, it is very important and critical in these industries that we're building. Is that going to work?
Critical mineral and doing things to promote domestic and boost domestic production of copper. And at
Damn, it won't go down.
over
Oof. I should have got out.
the ability to continue to invest in the U.S., which we've been doing aggressively. We have a $1 billion opportunity in the U.S. that would allow us to increase our U.S. production by over 70%. And because our projects at Freeport are brownfield in nature, meaning we already have substantial infrastructure, we're able to move more quickly than maybe someone starting with a brand new greenfield project. So we're pretty well positioned.
How long does it take?
Lead Innovation Initiative is the best opportunity we have to bring on more copper in the near term. So normally a copper mine might take a decade to 2 decades to develop if we're doing a greenfield project, starting from scratch. With our project, we're looking more at 3 to 5 year lives here in the U.S.
Just go banker. That's all you gotta do. Banker, banker, banker. Yeah, the only thing is banker you win is commission. Since you're new, well, backer, I don't think there's much cheap tables. I think minimum is 25. It can add up. So you gotta go to like the old casino El Cortez. I think there's some for like $15. Yeah. No. It's just it's cards. You have to beat them on the number, the 2 cards. You get a 9, it's automatic win. Whoever got the higher numbers. So ace is 1. Maybe like jack, queen, king. That counts as 0. So you want to get those lower cards to add up.
Small business owners fall asleep. This year,
It so won't drop. Let me cut off the stream. There's nobody here. Later, guys.